Miss Nestle, kindly switch off your video. And Team Vuna, please switch off your videos. Thank you. Miss Nestle, kindly switch off your video. Team Vuna, please switch off your video. Colleagues, can you kindly switch off your mics and switch off your videos? Miss Nestle, Team Vuna, please switch off your mics and switch off your videos.
Good morning, everyone. Please note that we are still accepting people and we'll start in due course.
Colleagues, kindly mute your mics and your videos, please. We're going to start shortly. Colleagues, kindly mute your mics and your videos.
And our sounds.
Kate, where are you?
And your videos, please. We're going to start shortly.
There is no room for discomfort.
What about redness?
Trust me. Gillette Pro Glide with 5 blades delivers incredible closeness and comfort. Show the world what you're made of.
First question.
Gillette, the best a man can get.
Hello everyone, welcome back to How Logical Soft Teams. Press the notification. Start by clicking Open Meeting and click on Join at the upper right corner. Choose your audio and video section. From your meeting window, go and click on the participant icon at the top. You'll be able to see it as an icon where there are two or the list of the participants right next to them. You can highlight a certain someone by clicking on Spotlight Me, and you'll be able to highlight their video for everyone in the meeting by clicking on the Spotlight option. To disable the Spotlight feature, click on the Dismiss button at the top. If you'd like to hide the participants from the screen, go and click on the 2 human icon at the top of the screen, and you'll be easily able to hide participants from your microphone. Go ahead and give us a thumbs up.
And our sounds.
And your videos, please. We're going to start shortly.
No room for discomfort.
What about redness?
Trust me. Gillette Pro Glide with 5 blades delivers incredible closeness and comfort. Show the world what you're made of.
First question.
Gillette, the best a man can get.
Hello everyone, welcome back to How Logical Soft Teams. Press the notification. Start by clicking Open Meeting and click on Join at the upper right corner. Choose your audio and video section. From your meeting window, go and click on the participant icon at the top. You'll be able to see it as an icon where there are two or the list of participants right next to them. You can highlight a certain someone by clicking on Spotlight Me, and you'll be able to highlight their video for everyone in the meeting by clicking on the Spotlight option. To disable the Spotlight feature, click on the Dismiss button at the top. If you'd like to hide the participants from the screen, go and click on the 2 human icons.
Everyone is muted.
Able to hide participants from your microphone. Go ahead and give us a thumbs up. Comment down below in the comment box if you have a question or a feedback for us. I'll soon be back with more tutorial episodes. Goodbye till then.
Hello.
And your videos, please. We're going to start shortly.
What about redness? Trust me. Gillette Pro Glide with
Nabo bantu bayavela manje.
First question. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Hello everyone, welcome back to How Logical Soft Teams. Start by clicking Open Meeting and click on Join at the upper right corner. Choose your audio and video window. Go and click on the participant icon at the top. You'll be able to see
Sanibona.
where there are two or the list of participants right next to
Yebo, sanibona.
someone by
Yebo,
clicking
sawubona.
like me, and you'll be able to highlight
Yebo.
for everyone in the meeting.
Yebo.
Spotlight option. To
Yebo.
click on the dismiss button at the top. If you'd like to hide the participants from the screen, go and click on
Everyone is muted.
able to hide participants from your microphone. Go ahead and give us a thumbs up.
Hello.
Comment down below in the comment box. Feedback for us.
Masangu, siyabonga.
Episodes. Goodbye till then.
Yebo, siyaphila.
Yes, best. Hello. Why?
Yebo sanibona.
Yebo njani?
Siyaphila. Sinenkinga kala nathi manje libe mute.
Yebo, sanibona.
Ngibonani.
Time is money and data is money.
Yebo sanibona.
Sanibona.
Yebo, sanibona.
Yebo, sawubona.
Sanibonani.
Sanibonani. Yebo.
Siyaphila ninjani?
Hello.
Siyaphila.
Masangu, siyabonga.
Goodbye till then.
Yes, best.
Colleagues, kindly mute your videos.
Why?
Yebo sanibona.
Kindly mute your videos and your mics, please. We are about to start shortly.
Yebo, sanibona.
Ngibonani.
Time is money and data is money.
Yebo sanibona.
Sanibonani.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you for that. My name is Octavia. My name is Octavia Malombo. I am the registrations manager at South African Council for Social Service Professions. We are now starting with our webinar that was scheduled for 9 o'clock. Let me first start by apologizing for starting a little bit later. We were waiting for other colleagues to join. And secondly, colleagues, and to SSPs, to social service practitioners in the category of child youth care workers, let us welcome you to this webinar. You are our most important guests for today. Further to that, let us acknowledge members of the council that have managed to join us, and let us further acknowledge members of professional boards of the council that have further joined us in today's webinar. Let us also acknowledge our panelists in our midst. We do have the acting registrar, Mr. Sihitla Sekitla, who is one of our panelists. We also have the chairperson of the Professional Board for Child Youth Care Workers, Mr. Donald Ngonyama, and we also have the Deputy Chair of the Professional Board for Child Youth Care Workers, Ms. Samantha Baron, as our panelist for today. So with that said, you are welcome, colleagues, to the webinar for today. Webinar that is set to make awareness or to educate and to assist one another on the regulations for child and youth care workers, auxiliary child and youth care workers, student, child and youth care workers. You are most welcome to this webinar. I will hand over now to Ms. Mtebe to confirm our attendance for this webinar. Thank you. That was scheduled for 9 o'clock. Let me first start by apologizing for starting a little bit later. We were waiting for other colleagues.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malombo. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Kutala. We haven't received any apologies from the registrant who have approved to attend the meeting. We would like to request everyone who is in the meeting, especially the people who are attending more than one in a meeting, to send us the list via email. Please use my email address, kutala@sacsssp.co.za. We'll write the email address in the chat box. Can you please include your name, surname, and the contact details, as well as the center that you are coming from? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nkebe. I hope, colleagues, you've heard.
Registration manager, you are on mute. Ms. Malombo, you are on mute. We can't hear.
Can't hear. Can't hear.
Colleagues, sorry for that. It's technology and its challenges. On our program, on our agenda for today, we are done with item number 1, the opening and welcome. We're done with attendance as well. We are now on the purpose of the meeting, why we are gathered today. And we have asked the chairperson for the Professional Board for Child Youth Care Workers to inform us or to make us aware why we have gathered today. And therefore, by so saying, I'll then hand over to Mr. Ngonyama to take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Malombo. Good morning to all the child and youth care workers and the employers who have joined us this morning.
Mr. Ngonyama?
Can you hear me?
Kindly unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I am not muted. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Mr. Ngonyama?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, I was saying, extending my greetings to all the child and youth care workers and the employers who have joined us this morning. And once again, I want to request that please, if you can mute on your side, because we've got people speaking on the background.
We can't hear the speaker. So Stelulungi, I'm unmuted that side. Yes.
Yeah, just told him to wait.
Mr. Ngonyama?
Okay.
Mr. Ngonyama?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Can you please hold on before you start with your presentation so that we can unmute you, because we are struggling to hear you from the side. You can hear him.
Yourself.
Mr. Ngonyama?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. You can start with the presentation in appraising us why we are gathered today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The program director and the registration manager of council. And I also want to send my appreciation to the acting registrar. And before I start, I want to request that everyone who has joined, please make sure that you are muted on your side, because there is some noise in the background. We have joined this meeting this morning, where we have invited the child and youth care workers and the employers. And we would like to believe that the majority of people who have joined are child and youth care workers who are affected by the sunset clause, or what we used to call the granite laws. In 2014, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work noted that we had many child and youth care workers who were working in the field and did not have the required basic qualifications. As per the regulations, no person is allowed to work with children and calling himself or herself a child and youth care worker if they are not registered with council. It was on this basis that the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work then deemed it fit to ensure that everyone working with children and youth and calling themselves child and youth care workers should be registered. And they then developed a granite clause, and it was introduced in the regulations that allowed all child and youth care workers who did not have the qualification to be allowed to register, but had to submit a letter from the employer and the job description to prove that they were worthy of being registered. A few thousand child and youth care workers were registered in this way, both working in government and in the NPO sector. They were provided with 4 years to acquire a basic qualification in child and youth care work, which is NQF level 4. The cutoff date was supposed to have been in 2018. Upon assessment of the situation, the professional board found that there were still more child and youth care workers who still did not have the qualifications, and more were still coming forward to request to register using the employment letters and job description. We know that that process continued. People got registered. A further 4 years extension was granted to allow the child and youth care workers to acquire a basic qualification. We are now in a situation where the granite laws or sunset laws has expired, and this is after some 9 years or so of having child and youth care sector this provision. The purpose of the meeting today, we have a conversation with the sector where we are explaining the next steps that are taken after the expiry of the granite laws, and to answer any questions that the sector may have or the employers may have. We hope that from this webinar, we'll be able to provide any clarity that is required by the sector from the council, as well as by the employers. Madam Program Director, I think this is a clear purpose for today's meeting. And once again, I would like to request that please mute yourself and close your video. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. To the sector, I almost forgot other critical people that have managed to join the webinar today. I'm also welcoming employers of the sector, child youth care workers. You are also welcome in the webinar. We also expect some engagement from your side as well. And lastly, to also acknowledge the team from registrations and some of council staff members that have also joined the webinar. Thank you. I will now hand over to the acting registrar to give us a presentation on the regulations of child and youth care workers and resolutions that have been taken by council. I'm also recognizing a hand by Ms. Jackie. Yes, Ms. Jackie.
Thank you, Program Director. Can I kindly request that from your end that you close all the videos? They're sort of like distracting while we're listening, because the request has been made, but people are not closing their videos. So if you can do it on your end, please.
Thank you, ma'am. We will try our level best to. We've been requesting that colleagues, child youth care workers, can you kindly close your videos and ensure that at all times your mic is muted unless you want to raise a hand and raise a question during that session as per the program. But thank you for bringing that note to us. We'll try our level best. Can I now hand over to the acting registrar to give a presentation on the regulations and the resolution taken by council? Thank you.
Program Director, Ms. Octavia Malombo, the Registrations Manager, the staff of Council, the Chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, Mr. Donald Ngonyama, the Deputy Chairperson of the Professional Board for Social Work, Mayor Baron, all child and youth care work cadres, and the employers, the trade union representatives, and all other stakeholders who have managed to connect this morning for this special and critical webinar on the regulations for child and youth care workers. I greet you all. The purpose of the presentation is to contextualize and provide background in relation to what the chairperson of the professional board has indicated, talking about what we call the sunset clause or the granite clause as it was used to be called previously. Now, firstly, what we'll do, we'll start with the background, because when we go around the country, there are still colleagues who still ask, well, who is the SACSSP and why must we register with the SACSSP and what are the implications thereof if we do not register with the SACSSP? That will be part one of the presentation. And part two of the presentation will focus directly now into the regulations, in particular Regulation 16 and Regulation 17 of the regulations relating to the registration of child and youth care workers. The SACSSP is a statutory body established in terms of Section 2 of the Social Service Professions Act. Now, your act is divided into the following chapters. Chapter 1 deals with the establishment of this statutory body. Chapter 2 deals with the registrations of social service professionals. And Chapter 3 deals with the disciplinary powers of council. And Chapter 4 deals with the general provisions. Now, this is just an overview structure of the SACSSP. We are having the council at the top. We are having the two professional boards, with the professional board for social work and the professional board for child and youth care work. We are also having the governance structures, which include Section 9, which is the Executive Committee of Council. We also have several Section 10 committees, which include the Registrations Committee, which is responsible for overseeing the registrations of SSPs. We also have the Committee of Preliminary Inquiry, which is the committee that's responsible to conduct investigations of complaints that we received against social service professionals, including child and youth care workers, on the allegations of unprofessional or improper conduct. We also have what we call Secretariat, led by the registrar of the SACSSP and the administration, and in total they are called the Secretariat. Here are some of the governance committees of council. We have the Finance Committee, the Risk and Audit, Human Resource Transformation, Communication and Public Relations, IT and Business Engineering, Education, Training and Development Committee. What is the mandate of the SACSSP? Our mandate is provided for in Section 3 of the Social Service Professions Act, and it includes to protect and promote the interest of the professions in respect of which professional boards have been established or are to be established, to maintain and enhance the prestige, status, integrity, and dignity of our professions, advise the minister in relation to matters affecting the professions, determine on the recommendation of the professional boards the qualifications for registrations of persons practicing the professions, and this part of the presentation is going to focus on the qualifications which have been prescribed, to regulate the practicing of the professions, the registrations of SSPs and of persons practicing the professions. And this is also part of the core of our presentation today. Further to that, to determine the standards of professional conduct, and this is where we're having the Code of Ethics for child and youth care workers and the rules relating to the acts or omissions of child and youth care workers which constitute unprofessional or improper conduct, to assist in the promotion of social services, promote the standards of training. And to read more on the powers and functions of council, please refer to Section 4 of the Social Service Professions Act. Now, coming to the professional boards. Professional boards are established in terms of Section 14, capital letter A of the Social Service Professions Act, and the objects of this professional board are provided for in Section 14, capital letter B, and they include to control and exercise authority in respect of training and practice of professions within its ambit, determine the minimum standards for education and training, of the professions which falls within their ambit, to maintain and enhance the dignity and integrity of the professions, and to guide the professions falling within which falls within its ambit, in order to protect the public. And the public, in the main, we are talking about the beneficiaries of social services. In this case, those children who are based in the youth care centers and those who are based in the communities. And to read more on the general powers of the professional boards, please refer to section 14, capital letter C. Now, what are the general requirements for registration? And in this case, we're talking about child and youth care workers. Section 18, capital letter A, subsection 2 of the Social Service Professions Act provide that the council prescribe the qualifications obtained in the Republic which will entitle the holder to registration, meaning that the council, after receiving a recommendation from the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, prescribe a qualification or the minimum qualification for registration as a child and youth care worker. And further to that, they prescribe the conditions subject to which such registration may take. For example, if you had the chairperson earlier on when he was doing the purpose of this webinar, he indicated that when they introduced they promulgated the regulations for child and youth care workers, they came with a condition to say, one, you may register with a job description and or an employment letter, and that registration it will be allowed for a particular period. So that's one of the conditions which was set, and that condition has lapsed today. That is why we are here today to talk about this particular condition so that we can see how we can support one another as the sector. Now, section 18, capital letter A, subsection 1 provides that the registration is subject to that you must apply in a prescribed manner, meaning that you must submit an application if you want to register with us, and that you must be in possession or having acquired a prescribed qualification, which we are going to talk to, and comply with the prescribed conditions, and also satisfy the Professional Board of Child and Youth Care Work that you are a fit and proper person to can register and practice as such. Now, when talking to fit and proper, it is generic in that you must be a person of honor and integrity, and that you should not be having a criminal offense, among other things. So when you apply, most of you recall that at the time we were applying, there was a portion on or a part on the application form which requested you to disclose whether you have a criminal record or not. And those who indicated and were honest with us and indicated that they have a criminal offense, they were subjected to what we call the fit and proper processes, where they had to be interviewed by the council so that we can determine as to whether you are a fit and proper person to can register and practice as such. Now, upon registration, council must issue you with a registration certificate. And we want to believe that all of you who managed to register and have connected today, you are in possession of your registration certificate. And if not, please indicate to Ms. Igebe through that particular email so that that particular matter can be attended to. Now, your registration status. Your registration certificate is valid subject to the payment of an annual fee. There are colleagues who, upon registrations, they assumed that once you are registered with council and having paid the registration fee and the annual fee, they thought it is once off. So the annual fee, or a person is expected to pay the annual fee by the 2nd of January each year, but the recent regulations have changed. They are talking to the 1st of January each year. But in essence is that you are expected as a registrant to pay an annual fee, which is due by January. And in the event that you are unable to pay the annual fee by the 1st or the 2nd of January each year, you are given until what we call a 90 days period. So if you fail to pay an annual fee by the due date, you still have an opportunity to do so within 90 days after the due date to pay the annual fee, because failure to pay the annual fee on time, you are risking the possibility of your name being removed from the register, and the consequences of your name having been removed from the register is that you are not allowed to practice the minute your name is removed from the register, because practicing without registration is a criminal offense, and should the court of law convict you, you may be liable for a fine or for imprisonment which does not exceed a period of 6 months. Now, Regulation 7, paragraph F of the rules relating to acts or omissions of child and youth care workers. Thanks for meeting me. Makes provision that may I kindly request that those who have connected to mute their cameras and their mic, colleagues, so that we respect the audience. We still having more than 10 or so people who their cameras are still on. We understand the challenges that comes with technology, but we humbly request that can we please, colleagues, mute our cameras and our mics. I was indicating that Rule 7, paragraph F of the rules relating to acts or omissions of child and youth care workers states that employing a person who is not registered to perform child and youth care work constitute unprofessional or improper conduct. Now, basically, it says employers of child and youth care workers, please ensure that everyone that you employ as a child and youth care worker is a registered person, because doing so, you are committing a crime, but also that conduct constitutes unprofessional or improper conduct. And this is where we are going to be holding the supervisors accountable, and what we call the directors of the NPO sectors, and also the HOIs in the context of government departments. It is your responsibility to ensure that every person whom you employ as a child and youth care worker is registered. But we understand the challenges that comes with the history of registration of child and youth care workers. So we humbly appeal to you to say, in the event you know that your registration with council is not up to date, for whatever reasons, we encourage you to come forward so that we can see how we can support you and ensure that you are duly registered. Why professional registration? Colleagues always ask, why must we register with a statutory board? You must register with us because it is a legal requirement to do so, because the profession of child and youth care work is regulated in terms of the regulations relating to the registrations of child and youth care workers. So it is a legal requirement. The minute a particular occupation is regarded as a profession and falls under a particular statutory body, everyone who wants to practice either as a child and youth care worker, a social worker, or a social auxiliary workers, they are required to register with us. It is a legal requirement. Registering with us, it is a license. You get a license to practice. And there are also various laws which empowers or recognize social service professionals to execute their statutory tasks. By registering with us, it's a proof that you meet the minimum requirements and that you are competent to practice. If you are registered with us, or the reason why we must register with us is because we want to protect members of the public, which are our clients, against unethical conduct. Because if you are not registered with us, we do not have authority over you, or we do not have authority over a person who's not registered with the SACSSP. But the issue is that how do you hold those people accountable? We invoke the provision of Section 15 and Section 16 to hold you accountable by opening a criminal case against a person who regard him or herself as a child and youth care worker or a social worker or a social auxiliary worker while they are not registered with us. You can use your registration status to market yourself. You can also use your registration status for international recognition. Your registrations give professional credibility and credence to your profession. People take your profession seriously because they know it's safeguarded, and that people who are registered, they are meeting the minimum requirements and they are qualified. With your registrations, you will be recognized or are recognized and respected in a multidisciplinary team, and you know that child and youth care workers, part of your duties is to participate in multidisciplinary team meetings. So when you enter into a multidisciplinary
Mr. Sikitla, you are on mute. Mr. Sikitla, you're on mute.
Yeah. Can someone inform the acting registrar, please? He is on mute.
Now, my apologies. My mic was muted somehow. I'm not sure where I lost you. Chairperson? Chairperson, where did I lose you? Or where did you lose me?
It was when you were talking about that the multidisciplinary team. That if one is registered, they can be a member of a multidisciplinary team.
Correct. No, at least I did not lose. You did not lose me that far. That was the last point in relation to the reasons why a person must register with the SACSSP. And amongst ourselves here in this particular webinar, we can even come with other reasons as to why a person should or must register with the SACSSP. But this just to brief to indicate to the importance as to why child and youth care workers, social auxiliary workers, and social workers must register with the SACSSP. The principle is that it's because these professions are regulated. Now, coming to the main core of our presentation. Now, to give effect to the objects of council as provided for in Section 3 of the Social Service Professions Act and other relevant provisions of this particular act, council made the regulations in terms of the rules and regulations in terms of Section 27 and 28 in order to give effects to the mandate as far as registrations and professional conduct matters are concerned. We are having the regulations for child and youth care workers, auxiliary child and youth care workers, and student child and youth care workers, which were gazetted in 2014, and those are the regulations that the chairperson spoke to earlier on. We are having the rules relating to the conduct of child and youth care workers practicing their profession. This is the code of ethics for child and youth care workers. And in future, we are going to have future webinars so that we do workshops on the code of ethics for child and youth care workers. We are also having rules relating to the acts or omission of child and youth care workers at professional and auxiliary level, which constitute unprofessional or improper conduct. The rules relating to the acts or omission basically is, if you were to look at the employer-employee relationship, it's like a disciplinary code, because the code of ethics provides the ethical standards of professional conduct to say we expect child and youth care workers to conduct themselves in this particular manner as and when they practice. And in the event your conduct falls below the standard as provided for in the code of ethics, you invoke the provisions of the rules relating to the acts or omissions to prefer charges against social workers and child and youth care workers and social auxiliary workers who conduct themselves in an unprofessional or improper manner. So as I've indicated earlier on, we will in future conduct webinars on these two regulations so that you can understand the obligations that comes with the registration as a child and youth care worker. We also have the regulations regarding the conducting of inquiries into alleged unprofessional conduct. These regulations prescribe the processes and the procedures that we must follow the minute we receive a complaint against a child and youth care worker. What processes must we follow to investigate a complaint against a child and youth care worker? Now, Regulation 16 of the 2014 regulations provides the requirements for registration as a child and youth care worker at professional level. And it provides that a person who possesses the following qualification may apply for registration as a child and youth care worker within the professional category. In that A, you must be in possession of a degree in child and youth care equivalent to a NQF level 8 qualification registered with SACO. B, a BTech child and youth development NQF level 7 or such other level as SACO may determine, provided that the applicant submit a portfolio of evidence which must include an assessment providing that the applicant meets the outcomes reflected in the degree referred to in sub-regulation 16, in sub-regulation 1, paragraph A. C, a degree in human sciences equivalent to NQF level 7 qualifications obtained prior to the promulgation of these regulations, which is prior to October 2014, and approved by Council, plus a combination of both theoretical and practical learning in child and youth care obtained over a period equivalent to 12 calendar months, provided that the applicant submit a portfolio of evidence which must include an assessment providing that the applicant meets the outcomes reflected in the degree referred to in sub-regulation 1A. And it continues to say D, a qualification in child and youth care equivalent to NQF level 6 qualifications and approved by the Council, plus practical learning in child and youth care obtained over a period equivalent to 24 calendar months subsequent to the completion of the qualification. And there's a conditions there, provided that the applicant submit a POE which must include an assessment proving that the applicant meets the outcomes reflected in the degree referred to in sub-regulation 1, paragraph A. And sub-regulation 2, the qualifications referred to in sub-regulation 6 in 1, paragraph A to D may be obtained through an RPL, meaning that RPL is allowed in particular for some of us who are over the age of 30 and 40 and so forth. and that you do not have the courage and the appetite to go through the process of going through university and so forth. So it makes provision for an RPL process, provided that not more than 50% of the qualifications may be provided through an RPL. So there's an element where you need to go through the school and obtain the certain modules. Or if you were already at that particular time having obtained certain modules, you would have be allowed to go through the process of an RPL or obtain or complete your qualification through an RPL process. Now, Regulation 17 of the 2014 regulations, and this is the critical regulations, colleagues, because this is why the main reason we are here today is because of Regulation 17, which talks to the requirements for registration in auxiliary category of registration. And it provides that a person who possesses the following qualifications may apply for registration as a child and youth care worker within the auxiliary category. A FET certificate in child and youth care equivalent to an NQF level 4 qualification registered with SACSSP, or theoretical and practical learning obtained prior to the commencement of compulsory registrations in terms of these regulations approved by the council, equivalent to 1,550 hours. And it comes with the conditions that provided that the applicant submit a POE, which must include an assessment proving that the candidate meets the outcome reflected in the FET certificate in child and youth care.
To transform this
2.
economy.
The qualifications referred to in paragraph A and B may be obtained partially or as a whole through RPL. So it's different from the regulations in Regulation 16. Now it allows you to either partially or as a whole go through an RPL process to obtain the FET and QF level 4 FET qualification. Now, sub-regulation 3 provides that a person who, on the date of commencement of these regulations, which was October 2014, does not meet the requirements for registration as a child and youth care worker within the auxiliary category of registration, may apply for such registration if he or she provides the following. So this is where now the regulations came with a condition or the proviso that people may have who are not in possession of the minimum qualification may apply through the employment letters and the job descriptions, and it reads as follows. Submit documentary proof acceptable to the council that you are practicing or employed as a child and youth care worker on the date of commencement of this regulations. So meaning that at the time you were registering,
I think we have lost you. Sorry, we lost you.
Let me try to come back. Elijah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my mic is on. I wonder what could be the challenge. My apologies on that one. The following documents were required upon registration. A, documentary proof acceptable to the council that you are practicing or employed. So you need to produce a proof that you are practicing or employed as a child and youth care worker on the date of commencement of this regulation. So meaning that in October 2014, you are supposed to be in possession of this particular proof. B, a job description acceptable to the council from your employer indicating that you meet the job profile of a child and youth care worker. Or a declaration to the council to the effect that the content of the job description and employment designation is a true reflection of your employment contract with the employer concerned. Now, these were the three documents which were required for one to register at auxiliary level in the event you are not in possession of the FET NQF level 4 qualification at the least, in the event you want to register at auxiliary level. Now, colleagues applied with these employment letters and job descriptions. And as the chairperson has indicated, that particular provision which allowed people to register with employment letters has lapsed. Now, and the regulations went further to say a person may apply within a period of 3 years from the promulgation of these regulations for registration as a child and youth care worker within the auxiliary category. Basically, it says people were given a period of 3 years to apply with job descriptions and employment letters. So this was the provision which was provided at that particular time, which was 2014. Now, in 2019, which it was a process we started around 2017, 2018, Regulation 17, which made provision for people to register with employment letters and job description, was amended by these particular regulations, which were published on the 13th of September 2019. And it made provision as follows: that a person who was registered in accordance with Regulation 17 of the 2014 regulations must obtain or must have obtained within a period of 4 years from the date of his or registrations an FETC and FET certificate in child and youth care NQF level 4, failing which your application or your registration with council lapses. Now, to give it a simple interpretation or application is that, and this is where some of the challenge came in, because other colleagues, they thought that this 4-year period was allowing people to continue to register with employment letters and job description. But in simple terms, it meant that those who were registered with the 2014 regulations were given an extension and were registered with job description and employment letters, were given an extension to say within 4 years from the date of your registration, you need to obtain the NQF level 4, because we want to phase out the issue of registering people with employment letters and job descriptions. Now, the implications of Regulation 4 is that any person who has not obtained the qualification as prescribed, which is the NQF level 4 qualifications, within 4 years from the date of registration, his or her registrations with the council has lapsed by operation of law. And the implication is that that person should be, or the name of that person should be removed from the register. Now, this is where we are, colleagues, in terms of the challenge. Now, on the 17th of November 2022, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work directed Secretariat, which is us, to conduct an audit to determine as to how many child and youth care workers are affected, in particular those who registered with employment letters and they have not yet obtained the NQF level 4 qualification. Then our preliminary report indicated that there were over 2,000 child and youth care workers affected across the country. However, the final audit shows that there are 1,758 child and youth care workers affected by the sunset clause or the sunset provision. Now, at the 49th board meeting, which was held on the 1st of March 2023, the board took a resolution that the names of people who are affected by the sunset provision must be removed from the register, subject to A, approval by council, meaning that council must approve the resolution of the professional board. B, that we must issue notices of intentions to affected people and give them an opportunity to provide the reasons as to why their names should not be removed from the register. This is what we call the principles of natural justice, to say you must hear the other side of the story before you make a decision. And it's in line with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution. Now, at the 67th Council meeting, which was held on the 20th of April 2023, Council approved the recommendations of the professional board that the names of the people who are affected by the sunset provision should be removed from the register. And the reason behind that is not because council and the professional board wants just to frustrate people. The council and the professional board are required to comply with the law, and they are also required to implement their own laws. Because if we continue to allow people who are not duly registered to continue practicing, it undermines our own rules and regulations. It also undermines the profession. It also undermines other professionals, in particular child health workers who are duly registered, and they made the effort to subsequent to registering with employment letters and job descriptions. They went further to go and obtain the qualification. So now if you put a law in place, you must implement that law unless you amend that particular law or repeal it completely. But as it stands, there are requirements that the council and the professional board of child and care workers have put in place, and they must be enforced. And one of the critical issues that we must highlight is that the reason why there was a need, or there's still a need for the profession of child and care work to be regulated or to be professionalized, because that we are a developing country. The nature of problems that we are facing as a country, in particular which involves children, they require a child and youth care work cadre who understand the nature of the work that needs to be done and the nature of the people that you are dealing with. So hence there's a need for us to go to school so that we upskill ourselves and we are able to provide quality service to our people. Basically, that's the reason, the main reason why we regulate these professions, and we are encouraging people to do what we call continued professional development, so that you are able to assist the children that you are working with. But if we don't go to school and empower ourselves, we are going to have challenge in terms of ensuring that you provide quality services to our people. Now, we done the audit process. It indicates where we are in terms of those who are affected. We have started issuing the notice letters or notice of intention letters. And some of you or most of you might have received the letters in which we are requesting you to provide reasons as to why your name should not be removed from the register. And the briefing that I got from the registrations manager is that there are those who are coming forward and they provide reasons. And one of the reasons they provide, which is a positive reason, is that they are submitting their qualification to say, in actual fact, we did obtain the qualification. So it appears there was miscommunication in between. People did not know that after obtaining that qualification, you need to submit it to council so that we update your registration status. And we really want to appreciate and commend those who made an effort to go and obtain the NQF level 4 qualification. And we still want to encourage those who are still falling behind to go and study and register and obtain that particular qualification, so that you come back and update your registration status. But the unfortunate part is that as we speak right now, we must go through this particular process. It might be a painful process, but we have to go through this process in the event you have not obtained this particular qualification, but it's subject to you providing us with the reasons as to why your name should not be removed from the register, and fairly so, council will consider your reason and make a determination as to what needs to happen or what should be the next step as far as your registration status is concerned. Now, part of the reasons we convene this webinar, and we want to really appreciate the directive that and the guidance by the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work and their colleagues in the registrations division for coming up with this particular initiative, so that we interface with all the child and youth care workers throughout the country, in particular those who are affected by the sunset provision. Now, this is an appeal that we want to make to all child and youth care workers, that you need to comply with the regulations so that it assists us to take the profession of child and youth care work forward. But we are saying, further to that, we are saying those who are affected by the sunset provisions, please respond to the notice letters. And those who have not received the notice letters are also encouraged to come forward and engage, since that you know, or you make your other colleague aware that there's this particular process that council has embarked on. Please engage them so that they can assist you and update your registration status. So do not wait for us to issue with you the notice letters, because the other challenge that we are experiencing, which is the briefing that we got from the registrations manager, is that some of you, since you've registered with us, you change your particulars in terms of your contact details, which is your cell phone number, your email addresses. So we are unable to issue the notice letters. Some of the emails, they've bounced back. Some of your addresses are no longer the same as they have changed in particular. So it's a bit of a challenge. So that's why we convene this webinar, so that we can engage with you directly, face-to-face, in this form of a webinar, so that we present these challenges to you and engage as stakeholders to see how can we circumvent this process or challenges, so that we expedite the process of finalizing these issues around the sunset provisions and ensure that everyone who remains on the register for child and youth care workers is a person who is duly registered. So we're appealing to all child and youth care workers to also please send a message across to all your colleagues and those whom you know and have not connected today, to say please contact the council so that we address this issue of the sunset provision. But to the employers of child and youth care workers, we are appealing and making a request that you conduct an audit of all child and youth care workers in the span of your control or employment and submit the list to the SACSSP. We'll agree as part of the way forward. We will agree in terms of by when should employers submit the list to the attention of the council. We are further making an appeal that you encourage all child and youth care workers who are affected to come forward and interact with the council, so that we can see how we can assist them. And further to that, we are saying to employers, please support affected child and youth care workers and ensure that they obtain the required qualification and they come back and update their registration status with the SACSSP, so that at least before end of this year, we are having a register of child and youth care workers containing only the names of those who are duly registered. Because the sooner we clean up the register for child and youth care workers, the better, so that it gives us an indication as to the miles that we've walked or ran since 2014, when we started with the registrations of child and youth care workers at professional level and also at the level of auxiliary. Now, thanks very much, Program Director, for the opportunity to do this presentation.
Right, Samuel.
Thank you very much, Acting Registrar, for the very detailed presentation. I think now the sector will agree that misconceptions are being clarified, why we need to register, and why we need to keep our names on the register. I am noting the hands, but I'm not permitting them to speak yet. I am noting the hand. Secretariat, can you note the hand? Apologies for that. To the sector. I was getting some indication from the acting registrar that if we had followed the presentation carefully, so we would have realized that he spoke to the regulations, he spoke to the resolutions, he spoke to the sunset provision and the progress where we are. He has further spoken to responsibilities and roles of each and every stakeholder. He spoke to the responsibilities of child and youth care workers to say we need to take and we need to play our part by ensuring that we obtain the qualifications, by ensuring that we communicate with council, by ensuring that we own up to the profession. And he also spoke to the role of employers to say, let us assist the practitioners, let us offer support where we can, and let us ensure that we employ people that are registered with the council so that we do not bring our own organizations to disrepute by appointing people that are not, especially practitioners that are supposed to register with the council and are not duly registered. So by so saying, we will now then, it's 10:15. I hope colleagues have listened and have made some notes, because now we are on the aspect on the program whereby we would like to open the session so that then we can engage. We highly request that employers can also engage, use this opportunity to engage with us so that we can clarify, we can offer information, we can offer assistance, we can even offer an ear to listen in us taking CYCWs forward. We now would like to open the session for all questions. Can we now record the first group of hands that needs to ask or to be provided with clarity? We have noted 6 hands up to so far. Let us allow these hands to raise their questions in the manner that I'm going to call them. That's how we've recorded them. We've got the hand by Nelly. We've got a hand by Charlie Williams. We've got a hand by Kwambeni. We've got a hand by Dineo Shale. And the last hand from Tsime Ramoji. Can we have the questions in that sequence of hands? Thank you. Can Sis Nelly start with the question?
Hola.
Sis Nelly? Okay, we are then moving forward to the hand of Charlie Williams. Can Charlie Williams speak so that we can record? Charlie.
Hello. Good morning.
Child youth care workers.
Hello.
Please, as and when you've raised a hand, ensure that as and when it is your turn, when you are afforded the opportunity, ensure that your mic is unmuted. This is the only time now where your mic can be unmuted.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to the list. We had Sis Nelly, we had Charlie Williams, and the two have raised their hands but are now unable to speak. We are moving to hand number 3. Can Kwabeni put her presentation forward to us? Colleagues, can we I'm hoping that I'm audible enough. So colleagues, I think I'm very much clear, and I did not mute myself by default. So it looks like the first people that have raised their hands, we might have lost them, but we will afford them the opportunity to raise the concerns that they wanted to raise or questions that they needed to present to us. I'm further moving. Is Dineo available to speak?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, it's Dineo Charlie here.
All right. I am also moving forward.
I'm here, ma'am.
Sime Ramoji.
I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, the first group of
Dineo
hands
Charlie
seems
here.
to have vanished. Perhaps they will come back again. We are moving. Can I have the question or concern or comment by Ndumi Koyana?
Ms. Malongo, I think you might be having a problem on your side. Dineo is available to speak if you can hear me.
And Sibe is also available. I don't know how did you pass me. You called me when I speak, you move to the next person.
Yeah, we seem to be having a technical problem on the side of Ms. Malongo. Ms. Malongo, can you hear me?
Colleagues?
Ms. Malongo,
It seems as if we've got a challenge.
Yeah. In that regard, be patient with us.
The side of participants that is struggling. Can I have somebody just to speak randomly from the participants?
Right.
Then we can hear.
It's Sibe here.
We are not hearing a thing coming from the side of participants.
Can you hear me now?
Can I just have anyone just to say something so that then we can follow?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you. I think that there is a problem with the gadget used by the registration manager.
Hello, it's Dineo here.
Yes, ma'am. You may proceed.
We have to place these people.
Hello.
Hello, it's Dineo Charlie.
The person is not.
It's Dineo.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, Dineo, you can go forward with your concern or your question.
We need to be sure about this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Optivia. Mayor Optivia, I have a challenge here. I've been trying to communicate with some people at council. I have registered, but it seemed like I am partially registered because I have a challenge. When I called last time, I spoke to Os Miriam. Before I've called to this Kutala, and then she transferred me to speak to Miriam. And then my challenge is that I have put all the necessary documents that have been needed, like it's a certificate from HW, CETA, ID, my matric certificate, and other things. My problem is that now they said I must submit the results from the service provider, of which I cannot get hold of. It's in Limpopo, it's Better Best. So I'm having a challenge here. Between yesterday, Tuesday and yesterday, I've sent some emails to explain my problem to Kutala and Mr. Steve. Someone referred me to Mr. Steven Riba, I think. So I cannot get hold of the service provider, of which is Better Best in Limpopo. I've been trying to call them. Even Miriam tried to call them, but with no luck.
Thank you for the concern, Ms. Dineo. We will provide responses after gathering 5 or 6 questions. So you can unmute. You can now mute yourself, Ms. Dineo. And then can Zime Ramoji present his side?
Apologies, Madam Chair. Apologies.
Yes.
Thank you. Charlie is speaking.
Okay, Charlie.
I just want to know, yes, employees need to actually ensure that child and youth care workers has been actually registered with the council. So how is that assistance of employees look like? Do employees, do they have to actually register by themselves, or is the employee here, or are they going to register the employees? And what assistance will they give employees? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I come in now?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'm on behalf of Team A, just going out for something crucial. His question says, after 4 months now with these people having not registered or having not complied with the requirement, where do you now place them? That is the first question. And then the second question will say, we've been talking about social workers, child and youth care workers, but now what about those who did the youth development? It looks like now we are closing the door on them. Those are the 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamene. Can we have Nelly? Okay, it looks like we've lost Nelly. Can I have Unati Blakey?
Yeah, you feel it.
Oh, would you see?
Yeah. Let's make sure to tell me how to respond.
Oh, okay, and respond. Yes,
Colleagues, we are waiting for questions or concerns from Unati Blakey.
Did you ask out for a presentation?
No, I didn't go to
Because we need to.
Okay, we are then moving. Can we have
Miss Malombo? Can you hear me?
Kuba?
Miss Malombo?
Yes, Chair.
Unati is speaking. Can we request that people please mute your mics?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, child youth
Thank you,
care
Mr. D. Can you hear me?
participants, registrants, it is my humble request that you kindly mute your mics, because if we speak and others are also speaking, we can't hear those that are on the platform. We're struggling to hear. And colleagues, I want to believe that all the presentations that are going to be made in this platform are going to be vital in assisting us to move and conclude the process. It is my sincere request that we please respect muting our mics and speak as and when we are requested to do so. Thank you. Can I then go back to Unati, because we missed the presentation by Unati. We did not hear whether it was a question or a concern or a comment. Thank you. Unati, can you then speak?
Thank you, Program Director. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Thank you very much, Program Director, and also thank you to Mr. Hitler for the presentation, which was very clear. I only have 2 questions or concerns that I want to raise.
Firstly, I want to check with the council what happens with the Department of Social Development in Eastern Cape, because it's still post for with a requirement of only grade 12 and not the certificate, the FET certificate for child and youth care. So their requirement is still only grade 12 when it comes to child and youth care post. Can we get clarity regarding that, because it's really giving problems when it comes to those who have qualification in terms of child and youth care. Also, the second question, I want to check what happens with those who are employed as child and youth care workers, but they were employed with the qualification of social auxiliary workers. Well, what is their status when it comes to the registry? Thank you very much.
Unati, before you leave, can you please repeat your first question?
The first question is, okay, Program Director. The first question is regarding the Department of Social Development in Eastern Cape. That is still requiring only grade 12 as a requirement when it employs child and youth care workers, which is a concern because we do have many child and youth care workers who are qualified and have certificates. Is it clear now?
If I had to summarize, you're saying you are concerned with employers that are still appointing child youth care workers with a grade 12 certificate.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay. Whilst these child youth care workers have qualifications.
Whilst we have child and youth care workers who have qualification, but they still only appoint people who only have grade 12 without the qualification.
Oh, okay. All right. Zamakuba.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I have a concern. In 2015, we registered with the council. We provided all the requirements they asked us for. It was an application form and an employment letter at the time because we were still studying. Then in we were able to receive the practice numbers. Then in I think it was 2018. Yeah, we went back to council because we didn't get our council certificate. Then we were told that we should provide the council with a portfolio of evidence. We did submit it, but we didn't get any response whatsoever. And every time when we try to contact them, we are unable to get through. Is there anything you can help us with? Because already we have our qualifications, but we don't have the council certificate yet. We are practicing child and youth care, and we are using our council numbers. Thank you.
Whether it's Nelly back on the platform? Okay. Can I check Ndumi Koyana? Is the person back as well on the platform?
Good morning, Dumiso Koyana, yeah?
Okay, Dumiso.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, few things. Number one, good morning. And number two, thanks for the opportunity and the webinar and also the insightful presentations. I think some of the things were answered through presentations, the question. Also, before I start, I would like the councilmen to lead the way for us, please, man. I strongly believe once the council start taking this profession seriously and us, then us there on the ground obviously will also be respected, you know. The reason I'm saying that, I've been in class doing this. I was in class in 2013 doing this NQF level 4, and even now 10 years after, we're still speaking of same issues that were still raised. Okay, and our profession is really undermined. Okay, in other professions you will never find such things, but it must be only child and youth care work. And our regulations, I'm sorry to say, they don't have teeth, they don't bite. And who is allowing that? It is the council allowing that. Okay, it's our leaders. On the issue of a mandate of the council, one of the presentation, there's a bullet or point there under advising. Okay, it says it's advising the minister regarding to work related, the profession related issues. The last summit in May, the third one, there was a resolution taken. A presentation of national DSD was rejected because they did not come up with the resolution of summit 2. Okay, so it was rejected, and a meeting was offered, a resolution that a meeting must happen. Now I'm sitting here trying to understand, if we are so close to the minister, okay, the minister, why are we struggling, okay, to get such a meeting regarding our profession? Number 2, why are we still struggling with the issues of OSD, but we are so close? You can say we're in the same bed with the national minister. Issues of OSD, issues we discussed 10 years back, and we are still finding challenges regarding that. I really need clarity on that. And also on the issue of the audit, Mr. Hitler made mention of the stats. There was 2,000 and also 1 point something. Now my question is, how were those audit conducted? Okay, because to be honest, at my place of work, we never had such an audit or whereby we were requested to provide certain information. And I remember early last year, there was a document also stating of regulations, and I'm still saying our regulations in this profession, they don't bite. Okay, they don't bite, and the people who are allowing that, it's our leaders, it's you guys, the council. You will never find these things in health professions, in teaching professions, and other professions. But where everything is happening, okay, where lawlessness is happening, it's child and youth care work sector. And also my question is, another question is, now that these people who are already in the system were employed with employment letters, but they're already in the system and they're given titles and child and youth care workers, yes, they must come forward and they must submit their names. Now, what will happen to them in terms of work-wise? Obvious, there's a saying that they will be removed, but will they continue working? And if they continue working, what will be their title be? Because they are not registered. They are being removed. They are being deregistered. So what will happen in that aspect? Okay, will they still be working? And if they're working, under what title? Okay. And the last thing, I really now loved now to see that the council slowly the council is now digesting or grasping, okay, the issue of first it's qualification, then you register, okay, because in the past it's always been there were people who registered with these things and they are given the title of child and youth care work, but in terms of qualification, the required training, okay, you can never be granted the title to be a physiotherapist, but you have not undergone the required training. But you only get that here in this sector of child and youth care work. So I'm really starting to smile when you guys are also finally starting to digest it or grasp this thing that it must first be a qualification and then you must register. Okay, not register first. Yes, I can register, but I had grade 12. I was working last year at ShopRite as a packer because of grade 12 as one of the requirements. Then I register, pay out the money. Money is nothing, I get paid. But in terms of the qualification, the work that we are doing, I don't have a clue, but I'm registered. Thank you.
Thank you, child and youth care workers. Can we pause in terms of questions, and then we provide some answers to the first 8 questions that we've gathered. Allow us to then now start to respond to the questions, and I will allow also colleagues from the division to also participate in responding to your questions. Then the last person to summarize will be perhaps the acting registrar for us, so that then we can leave the podium or the platform with one common understanding from today. Let me. Okay.
No, thanks.
Acting Registrar, we can't hear you. You are on mute.
Okay, my apologies. Thanks. I was indicating that I will deal firstly with the questions which are directly related to the presentation, then also allow the colleagues to also attend to other questions. When a person's name has been removed from the register, that person is not allowed to practice, because that person is no longer regarded as a child and youth care worker. That is why part of the presentation we indicated and made an appeal to the employer to support these colleagues. Then part of the colleagues support, part of the support that should be given to these colleagues is to move them to other work within the organization, but this person cannot perform the duties of a child and youth care worker. That is not allowed in terms of the law. And this also extends to any person. The Dumiso or another colleague indicated that there are people who are registered with a grade 12, which is a matric certificate. So those people as well, they are not allowed to regard themselves as social worker, child and youth care workers, and practice as such. If you are not registered or duly registered as a child and youth care worker, you are not allowed to practice as a child and youth care worker. The issue of the audit as to how was the audit conducted. The audit was conducted based on the information on our register. In terms of from the date that you've registered, it was clear that the person indicated that I'm registering at auxiliary level. So we went through the database or the register in terms of those who are registered on auxiliary level, but we also extended the scope and went into another category of those who are registered with at professional level. So we used our information, the information that you provided to us at the time you were registering, or which we entered on the register when we registered you, to do the audit purpose, the audit process. You will recall that part of the presentation, we are requesting or requested employers to also do their own audit, so that they verify, the HR assist the director of a particular organization or the HOI to do the verification and audit of all child and youth care workers who are in the employ of a particular organization. Check as to whether that person is in possession of the minimum qualification as required by the law, which is the regulation. And we indicated that towards the end of this program, we will agree in terms of the date by which employers should submit those lists and to whom should they email those particular lists. Now, will those who have been removed from the register continue to practice? I think we've addressed this particular issue to say the minute your name has been removed from the register, you are not allowed to practice. Now, Ndumiso also spoke about the issue that the regulations do not bite, that we made regulations and we are not implementing them. And his observation is correct. And part of the reasons why the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work took this resolution, which was approved by Council, is to ensure that Council implements its own rules and regulations so that they can buy to say, if you do not meet the minimum requirement, these are the implications that will follow upon you. Because you are correct when you are saying around 2013, around 2014 then, this issue of the qualification, it was clear. And one thing that encourages us is that the NQF level 4 is not a 4-year qualifications like any other degree. It is a 12 months program that one needs to do. So that's why we are saying we are of the view that we've reached a point or a level where now we need to implement and enforce the rules and put pressure, if I were to put it that way, to those who have been slagging to ensure that they comply with the rules, because majority of the child and youth care workers that are complying with the rules, we are having those who still believe that they can get away with the law. But there are also those who are still confused as to what is it that they need to do. And part of the reasons why we are convening these webinars is to ensure that we empower almost everyone with the knowledge so that they can make informed decisions. And part of making informed decision is to come forward to Council and engage us to see how we can support you and also how we can collaborate with your employers to support you to ensure that you meet the minimum requirements for registration. Program Director, let me pause there, then I'll come back at the later stage.
Thank you, Registrar. Ms. Gebe will also further provide clarity and answers to some of the questions. Over to you, Ms. Gebe.
Thank you so much, Program Director. To address some issues that have been asked by our registrants, I just want to clarify the issue. Sorry about that. I just want to clarify the issue of the requirements.
Can we request people to mute, please? Please, can you mute, please? Can you mute yourself, please?
Can the colleagues mute? Thank you so much. I just want to address the issue of the requirements. There's a registrant or colleague who asked about the qualifications. In terms of our registration, I think it was Dineo, you had a challenge of registration with Council because you cannot locate the training provider that was training you to do the child and youth care worker. So therefore, you're still outstanding with the statement of results. Unfortunately, on our side, we follow the regulation. So if you don't have the required document, your registration will be pending until such time you provide us with the correct documents. And I want to advise the colleagues who have sent the emails with the challenges in terms of registration. Please email your queries to my email address, which is kutala@sacsssp.co.za. so that we can be able to assist you in terms of your registration. Mabega, can you please mute yourself? Thank you so much. Another thing, there's a question relating to the youth development. I think it was Nzima was asking why we are not registering people who have the qualification in youth development. We are not regulating youth development as yet, but youth development is falling under the Bachelor of Humanities. Hence, they have required you to submit a portfolio of evidence. It was a correct prerequisite when they say that submit your portfolio of evidence so that they can moderate you and check if you indeed know the work of a child and youth care worker. Since your qualification, it's not a child and youth care worker. I hope you are answered. I will come again to answer some questions. I'll give my colleagues to answer some questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we're trying to provide answers, and we are also further trying to clarify where colleagues are still confused. Now, let me further talk to the issues of communication with the council. We acknowledge that in the past we had some challenges, and we've embarked on processes to improve our way of communicating. And hence, you can see from this podium, Ms. Kotela is openly giving her email address. My email address will also be forwarded to the sector to submit any challenges that I'm having. And for the past months, we've been trying to respond to any query that is coming in a timeless period. We've been responding to concerns that have been raised to us within a period of 5 days. We are putting systems and we are assuring the sector that our communication is going to improve because we have systems in place to respond to queries that have been sent within can colleagues mute themselves within a specified and a timeless period so that then we can assist one another. The concerns that have been raised that says the stats and audit, the registrar have covered that to say we work with registers that are in our possession. And in his presentation, he further requested the practitioners, the registrants themselves, the child and youth care workers, to say it is your responsibility by law to ensure that you update your particulars on the register with council. So as and when you obtain a qualification, there is a particular form that you need to submit to update your particulars to us. In the same form, you can also update your contact details, be it your telephone number, your email address, and even your residential address, if you're using it as a way of communicating to council. So we are going to re-emphasize the issue of updating the registers because it is key that we maintain communication from both the sides. So if our registers are not up to date, it is indeed a fact. Registrants are going to struggle to receive any communique coming from our side because we have tried several times to communicate with registrants in the form of weekly bullets sent, articles sent through our website. We will also further encourage registrants to visit council's website on a weekly or on a daily basis or on a regular basis, so that they can be appraised with activities and events that are happening to e-council. And they should feel free to engage us at any point in time. In terms of what will happen to people now that are being employed, I think we need to re-emphasize that each and every case will be treated on its own merits, because reasons why people should not be deregistered vary from registrant to registrant. So we're not going to apply a blanket approach and deregister people. Yes, it's true, Ndumiso. We had reached statistics that says 1,758 should be deregistered, but we are going to await their responses as per the letters that they have received, to say within a certain period of time, 21 days to be exact, as stipulated in the letter. We are anticipating responses from those people that are affected by the sunset clause. They should provide their reasons in writing. They should provide and even submit documents. That is also talking to Dineo, who says we've got proof of necessary documents. As and when you email Ms. Ngebe, you can also copy me in the emails or send an email direct to myself, so that then we can assist the sector. It is true to say to the sector, we really are hoping to professionalize the category of child youth care workers. We are taking it serious. I think I'm responding to the presentation that says we are not taking the profession serious. We are taking the profession serious. Hence, we are saying, can people submit qualifications? You know, we want to get away with the issue that people will be registered with whatever aspect that they might think. So it is, the onus is not only on council, but the onus is on both the sides, to say practitioners must also ensure that they also take serious the issues of them obtaining qualifications. And in an answer that says, how can then employer assist? Employer can assist us by ensuring that in their adverts, they do put that the post require people that are registered with the council. And should they have those people in their employ, perhaps then the employers should now have a way of how they are going to redirect the people until the people acquire the qualifications that we need, or until they become duly registered with council. And it is the employer's role as well to offer a support in terms of assisting colleagues, assisting practitioners to obtain those qualifications. We cannot prescribe to employers how they should assist their employees, but we are hoping that they do have an aspect of EAP or wellness program or whatever category that they deem fit to assist their employees to obtain the necessary qualifications and to ensure that they are duly registered with council. In terms of, I'm trying to summarize them. What happens with social auxiliary workers that were employed? I think this is also talking to employers to now start saying they want their organizations or they want their components to be duly compliant with the requirements, the law prescripts that council is setting forward. Because if we do not hold employers accountable somewhere, because we have seen that they are also adding to the confusion. So this category must be employed on the relevant category. And if people show interest in a different category, the registrant knows the processes. They have to register. Dual registration is available at council, so that then we have proper and correct information on people's registration status. That will close the first round of questions that we had. Can we then now allow the second group of questions? We hope our answers have clarified and have emphasized. We are going now to open to the second round of questions. Can we then start by
Ms. Malumbo?
Thank you, Chair. I've acknowledged your hand. Before maybe we go there, Chair, yes, you are allowed to then speak as well.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the responses that were provided. I think that they do provide clarity to the questions that were asked. I want to stress on the 2 points, that if one is at the moment registered with a service provider and you are studying, but you have not informed council that you are studying, in your response to the letter that you would have received, indicate that you are in a process of you have undertaken some studies and that you need to provide proof thereof. And the second point around the employers that are employing people as child and youth care workers, whereas these people do not have the qualifications or they have a grade 12, that is illegal. And we encourage that as the sector picks that up, please do inform council. You now have the email addresses, write to council. I will also provide my email address as the chairperson of the professional board. And we have been receiving those notifications and we are taking that serious. We engage with the relevant or prospective employer and indicate to them that the route that they are taking, it's confusing the sector and that it is illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for further affirming that we are really indeed taking the profession serious. Let us then move, colleagues, to the second round of question. It's 11 o'clock now, and we do not want to exceed the time that we've scheduled for the webinar. Can I have Jennifer Fauché? I hope I pronounce your surname correct. Can we have Jennifer with her presentation? Jennifer?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, you can speak, ma'am.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, we have noted the call that child and youth care workers who have been affected by this provision thing. So is it possible for the council, after the engagement with those affected child and youth care workers, that there will be an extension or a grace period for them to go and obtain that NQF level 4 qualification? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question has been noted. Can I have Mpumelelo Kanyile? Miss Mpumelelo? All right, we are moving forward. Can I have Romeo Munyai? We are moving.
Good morning, good morning, colleagues.
Okay. Good morning, Romeo.
I'll have to pass. The majority of questions have already been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Romeo. Can we have Tolimpilo? Right, Tolimpilo has vanished. Can I have Mr. Kagiwe Yawa? Mr. Yawa?
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mr. Klaki was speaking here. I just want to, there's a question that has been raised by Dinewa Shali about Better Best. I'm working here in Free State at Social Development. There was a colleague who was struggling with the results from Better Best. I helped the official to get that statement of results. Better Best is traceable, can be, we can find it. If you Medinewa know me, can just contact me just to help me to get that statement of results with regards to that. Two, I got most of my question has been answered, but the problem that I'm saying, ma'am, here, or the clarity seeking question, I got officials here at where I'm working. When they registered with the council. The department are paying for them to register. But after that, they are still finding a problem of that they are not registered because of, but they got a proof that the department has paid them. I just want to know is there any way that the council can work with the department to in other words, to consolidate names with regards to and provide those names to the register, so that when we hear that if that guy is not registered, but he had a proof on the pay sheet that my money has been sent to the council. What happened there if they say we had that kind of a problem? I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Yawa. Can we have Piluza Makana? I'm sorry for the pronouncing for the surname. Can I have Piluza on the podium?
Yes.
Piluza.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. My question is on the requirement for registration in the auxiliary category.
All right.
I've been asking my colleagues here because the requirement there is that there must be a portfolio of evidence, and the portfolio of evidence must include an assessment. So, what is the process that must be followed there? I'm not really so conversant for a worker to get that assessment. What should be done? Can we get clarity on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Piluza. There's girls and boys. I do not know who is that, but there was a hand coming from Girls and Boys Link. Can we have a person who wanted to present from this group to present?
Oh, good morning. Thank you, Miss Lamola. Malombo, should I say. So my question or our question is that the person is registered with the council, maybe is late paying or late doing the payment, and we find that person maybe is paused or deregistered. My question is, what is the process to re-register that person? It needs to be followed. If my question is clear.
Okay, your question, you're seeking to understand the process to restore a person who's been deregistered.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I have a speaker from Transcorp CYCs? Can I have the colleagues from Transcorp, Child Youth Care Workers?
Hi. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm Nomusa. Okay, I have one question. I'm one of the CYCs that were in a internship or learnership with social development. So my question is that since from 2014, we haven't got certificates. The only thing that we have is academic record or statements. Can we register with the council with using that academic record? That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Namusa. We will respond again to the set of questions. And can I check whether who did I miss? I think we've all can I check is Tolimpilo back? Tolimpilo? Right. It seems as if we've lost Utolimpilo. So colleagues, these are the second round of hands. We are going to respond to them. Can we have colleagues? Can we have colleagues muting themselves unless they are putting questions or comments or concerns to us, so that then we can gather the questions and then we prepare our responses. I think from the numbers that we have, it then closes the second round of questions. We are now preparing to respond. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Before we proceed, can I have Buitumelo Khoza? Zamahu. Can I have Buitumelo Khoza? Buitumelo Khoza? Buitumelo seems to have left us. Can I have Simpiwe Nzama?
Hello.
Yes, is that Simpiwe? Simpiwe Nzama.
Miss Malombo?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, it's Buitumelo here. Somebody else is using my laptop.
Oh, okay.
Zama's laptop.
Okay, that is noted, Buitumelo. Did you hear?
Miss
Did you
Malombo,
want
good
to raise
morning.
something, or that someone wanted to raise a question?
Hello, good morning.
Morning. Is that Simpiwe?
No, I'm using his laptop. No?
Oh, okay. And then who am I speaking to?
You're speaking to Temba, no?
Okay, Temba, you can then raise your question.
Yeah, though I've got 87 questions, but I'll try to be polite here.
Not a problem.
Yeah, the concern that I'm having with the registration, you know? Remember when the council started, it was not meant for childcare workers. It was meant for social workers. And then you decided to swallow us in. And then by so doing, you have never came down to us and tried to engage with us or to take us through to say, this is the council, we are going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What we only received from you, it was threats that were coming to say, if you are not registered with us, we are going to fire you doing 1, 2, 3. To me, it was unethical when I look at, on what we were doing as a council. Though we didn't have a problem. Personally, as a care worker, I didn't have a problem to pay. But my understanding was, if someone was coming to us and elaborate whatever that the council is doing, maybe it was something good for us. And then the second question, when we started this childcare section or profession, we started by the BQCC, and the BQCC was the entry level when we started to work. If you can go back from 1990 to 2000, BQCC was the entry level for childcare workers. Then you took away that BQCC thinking. You introduced a Better Best. Better Best, we enrolled with Better Best for NQ level 4, and then with no reasons, we don't know what happened because we didn't even get the certificate and other stuff. Now we're doing NQ level 4 again with CIFA. We don't know where we are going, or maybe the department and the council, you are going to pay them or do what. Or to me, it's like you are confused. You don't know or you don't understand about this childcare field. Or maybe to me, when I start to analyze this thing, you are trying to get a way of getting rid of this sector or childcare workers section to be on board. And then my worry now, there is no institution in entire that is maybe running by childcare workers. My question is, why all the institutions are running by social workers? I'm not against the social workers, but childcare workers as a profession, why can't we have childcare workers to run the institution so that we can maybe we can better our working environment, because they understand what we're doing, unlike what we're having today. And then the other operation from the council, we don't know what is happening, because the council, with my understanding, the council, you understand more the social work department. You don't know anything about the childcare work, and the childcare workers that are there to be victimized by the council, by the way. So we need somebody who can come to our shoes and say, care workers, this is our stand, this is our start. We don't have any problem to go to school to further our studies, but remember and take this into consideration. For those who started by BQCC, there was no in event to say we need 1, 2, 3. It's only now. But if I were you, I would say those who are coming on board now were expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You cannot expect somebody who's 50 years, 55, and to say go and do a master's or what. Well, guys, it's highly impossible. And at the same time, you are threatening to fire them. I don't know where you are standing up to so far. So for now, I'm appealing again. I'm appealing. You are swallowing us into your department. We don't know you guys. Why can't you take a stand and come to us and introduce yourself and give us a scope of, okay, this is the council, this is what we expect from you, and then you can also hear what is in our session. I thank you.
Thank you, Temba. We've heard your concerns. Can I have Simpiwe Nzama? Can we have Simpiwe? All right. It looks like Simpiwe also has left the platform.
Good morning, Chair.
Is that Simpiwe?
Sorry, ma'am. Yes, it's Simpiwe Nzama. No, it was Mr. Manganye who raised his hand via my gadgets.
Okay, can he then ask the question or comment?
No, he already asked the question.
Is Mr. Manganye Temba?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you then, colleagues. It therefore then brings us to the end of the questions. We will then now respond to the last calls that have been made to us, that have been submitted to us.
So, sorry, Chairperson, it's Ben here. My hand has been up and down on the second round.
Oh, okay. Yes,
I'm not
Benny,
sure.
you can go ahead and present.
Yeah, my name is Benny Sitole, and I'm also a board member and employed by the department. And I hope I will not be conflicting myself because we talk about these things. But mine was on the issues of NGO, socioeconomic status, particularly in Gauteng, where there's a rise of unemployment of child and youth care workers. If you've been following through the media, you will know that funding was taken from NGOs, from the department, where you have child and youth care workers who are currently not being paid for 6 months. And in this situation might be there. I know with social work, in terms of unemployed, the council made some interventions in terms of those CYC who are unemployed. So with the rise of the Gauteng Department of Social Development not funding NGOs, we might have issues of unemployment. So I want to employ myself and the board that on their meetings they are able to address this, to say how can we best address this so that we do not have a number of child and youth care workers being registered because of unemployment and lack of funding, because they are currently operating in those institutions but they are not being paid. The second issue is the issues of realignment, issues of illegal practice. because I understand that we are regulated and then that we have scope of practice. And there's not being a realignment in NGOs, particularly in government, in terms of who does what, in terms of positions. Where you'll find a person with a degree reporting to a person who has an auxiliary services. But the regulation says something else. So there's not that process has not been monitored to say those who are acting as professionals in a supervisory level, how best can they be skilled? Because now it's not motivating for children to go to school. You'll go to school, your duty, Monash is closed now. Get the degree, get the master's, you will still remain an auxiliary and reporting to an auxiliary while you have that master's degree. So I'm saying maybe the department, if it can come in terms of issues of higher education and learning and issues of realignment within NGOs and the department, the particular department. With others, I'm partly covered. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benny, for your concerns as well. Colleagues, can we then respond? And then in our response...
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I've been
Colleagues,
raising my
can
hand.
you then mute?
I've been raising my hand as well, and I'm not recognized.
Hello. Okay. Colleagues, can I direct the program? Say that the one that I've just said, you've raised your hand, you've not been recognized. You can speak.
Yes, and it's been
And
a while.
after that, colleagues, and after that, we've got the last group of hands that you're going to take as the third group of hands in assisting one another to understand and have and map a way forward. So, sir, you can speak because you are already on the platform. And then when you speak, it's a humble request again. Colleagues that are sharing AMA gadgets, can you please speak and then mute yourself because we can hear you from the side. Thank you. You can continue, sir, whilst you introduce yourself.
Thanks, ma'am. My name is Rolani Sviane.
Okay, Rulani.
Earlier this year, I had a privilege to meet with Mr. Ngwanyama. And then I read one of my concerns. My concern is, let me get straight to the point. My concern is, Kuthala has stated something that youth development people fall under humanity. And I'm one of the affected people. So what happened with myself, I have submitted my portfolio of evidence 3 times. And then each and every year I've been going to the council. I never found the result of my POEs. What I got is that, like, there's somebody who didn't mute the mic and is disturbing me. Hello, can you hear me?
Mr. Rulani, we lost
Yes.
a quarter of what you presented because there's too much echo and noise in your background. Can you then please repeat? We lost you where you said you're one of the affected people with a degree of youth development. That's where we got lost.
Okay, what happened is that I submitted my POE. I think I submitted 3 POEs. The first one, they said it got lost. The second one was lost again. The third one, I went to cancel this year. And the lady that was helping me, that she said it is still at ETDP CETA. And this portfolio was submitted from 2015. And I only got registered on 2017 as an auxiliary worker. Some of my colleagues who have the same degree with me, they've been registered at professional level. And then Kuthala was helping me until now. When I go to council, they said I can't see her. I don't know why. And then my concern as well is that just can you fix that when we come to council, can we get assistance? Because this is a serious matter. I'm driving from Joburg to Pretoria now and then, each and every year, wanting to get answers, but I don't get answers. And again, when Kuthala was saying youth development falls under humanity, my concern is when I was doing my degree at University of Venda, I was doing social sciences. I did psychology there. I did sociology as part of the degree. I did anthropology, I did criminology. How can you say it's part of humanity? Whereas when you are doing child and youth care worker, when I was working for Bosasa, I was a facilitator. I was registered with HWC. There are child and youth care workers today that I have taught them and they have qualified. The same when you go to the modules that they were doing in class, is the same thing that I did in class. So can I get clarified on that? And can I please get assisted on my POE, because I don't know what is happening. Now I'm registered as an auxiliary worker, but I don't know where my POE is, because Kutela said people who have done youth in development were requested to write POEs. I wrote 3 POEs. 2 they said it's lost. This one, the final one, I've never get the result. So can I be assisted on that? Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Rulani. Can we then close the second round of hands and allow the registrar and the team to further provide clarity further? Thank you. Oh, the acting registrar is correcting me. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. No, I'm the acting registrar, not the registrar. Yeah, through you, chairperson of the professional board for social work and the deputy chairperson and all the members of the professional board for child and youth care work. I think you'll agree with me that there is a general consensus amongst child and youth care workers in relation to how we relate to them. And also it appears that can the colleague can we mute our mic? Robolasi?
Acting registrar, you are on mute.
Thanks, Chair. I was saying through you, Chair, you can hear that there are concerns on the ground in relation to how we relate to our child and youth care cadres. And also I observe that there's an issue in terms of a communication gap since the professionalization of child and youth care work. And not to defend in terms of ourselves, in terms of what Temba has indicated earlier on. There was a nationwide consultation towards the professionalization of child and youth care work. And myself, I remember I was still in the trade union at that time. And this consultation, we were part of them. Can the colleague mute please, or am I? Robolasi, Robolasi, please mute your mic. Thanks. Police, can we make an appeal for everyone to mute their mic and only allow the speaker to have their mic on, because we are really disrupting other colleagues who are trying to pay attention to this on this session. We don't have a provision to impose a fine, but you are tempting us to invoke certain things to impose a fine to colleagues who are not cooperating with us. I was indicating the issue Temba of nationwide consultation prior to the professionalization of the child and youth care work occupation. Prior to the professionalization of the child and youth care work occupation, But it seems that there's still a gap in terms of it appears that information did not reach other colleagues on the ground. So my proposal to the chairperson and the program director is to say that colleagues who are based in certain organizations and they still need clarity on the broader processes leading towards the establishment of the professional board. Please.
Acting Registrar, you are on mute.
We lost you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It appears there's somebody controlling the muting because I did not even touch my laptop, but suddenly it's on mute. So I guess that person is trying to mute those who are being problematic to us. Now it also affects me. So my proposal, it will be that we need to close the communication gap. And in that process, also address the challenges that colleagues are raising now, because some of them will not be able to address them here in this particular webinar. But this webinar gives us an indication that we need further consultation, and some of this consultation needs to be face-to-face. So my appeal is that colleagues coordinate yourselves on the ground and invite counsel so that we come on the ground and address your sessions, and also do the proper registrations where you need registrations on that particular day. We assist everyone with the registrations queries in broad, in addition to this issue of the sunset provision. That will be my point of departure. Now, the first question in this round of question was, can there be an extension to allow a person to obtain a qualification? That's part of the mechanism that we are going to explore. But as the program director has indicated, there's not going to be a general blanket training extension for everyone. You received a letter, a notice of intention. You respond to it by indicating the reasons as to why your name should not be removed from the register. That is the point, that's the starting point. Or if you have not received a notice of intention letter, probably because we don't have your recent email address, please come forward and engage us so that we can hear your reasons as to why you are not meeting the minimum requirements for registration, so that we can make an informed decision, because each and every registrant who's affected, you must receive a letter from council as to why we are saying we're not going to give you an extension, or we are going to give you an extension, and why we are saying we are going to remove your name from the register, so that you can also have the right in terms of Section 25 of the Act to appeal any decision that council is going to make as far as your registration status is concerned. So there's not going to be a general extension. Let's deal with a case per case and the reasons, and we take the process from there. Bagiwe from Free State indicated that he can assist the colleagues who are struggling to locate better best. We really appreciate that cordial service, Bagiwe, and we hope that the colleagues can probably, if Bagiwe is possible, you can also send your email address on the chat bar, so that other colleagues who don't have your contact details can be able to also send their issues to you as far as better best is concerned. But we will also appreciate if you can work with Ms. Kutalankebe in relation to better best, so that we also know from council as to where can we locate them in case of those who are looking for better best but could not attend into this particular session, so that we can link them with better best. Then you went further to talk about the colleagues who you went further to talk to the challenge of colleagues who are being registering through their employers and employers paying on their behalf, and wanted to check if we can liaise with their employers to assist them with their registration. And this is I'll repeat the response that I gave earlier on to say, colleagues, coordinate yourself on the ground, invite us so that we can come on the ground and assist you with your registration issues or on the spot. Now, what is the process for one to do a POE? You send a request for a form to council, and you'll use the same email address of Ms. Kutalan. She will email you the form. You complete it, the POE, then the POE will be submitted to our division, which is the Education, Training and Development Division. It will be moderated, and later on you will receive your results. And this question is also linked to what Mr. Mangani indicated. I mean, Rulan indicated in terms of a lost POE since 2015. He has been struggling and he came to the offices, could not get assistance. We really want to apologize, Rulan, for that, and to everyone who's also experiencing challenges to access our services. Now, Rulan, what will happen is that we will contact you so that we can make follow-up in relation to your missed POE. I do not understand how does it get lost, because the document must be that we receive must be properly found. So, but we need to trace that particular submission that we've made and intervene in that regard. The registration manager is taking note of that particular issue. So, but those who need to do a POE, please send your email, your request to Ms. Nkebe. She will attend to it, then you submit, then it goes for moderation. Now, what is the process for a person to re-register, which is called the restoration, or it can also be re-registration. It depends on what were the reasons a person got to be deregistered. If you went through a disciplinary inquiry and council imposed a suspension, upon expiry of that particular suspension, indeed you must apply for what you call re-registration. But I want to believe that the colleague was talking to a re-registration within the context of a person who has been removed for failure to pay the annual fee. In that case, you need to apply for a restoration. So again, you can access the application form for restoration on our website, or send an email to Ms. Nkebe and request the restoration application form. Then, depending on how long you have been deregistered, if you've been deregistered for the past 3 years or within the past 4 years, you will be restored automatically. But if you have been deregistered for the past 5 years and more, or for 5 years and more, your application is going to go through what we call the restoration panel. So there will be a panel, there is a panel that will consider your application, and chances is that they might invite you for an interview, so that, amongst other things, so that they can make a determination as to whether you are a fit and proper person to can be restored on the register. But make an application through the office of Ms. Nkebe. They will assist you with the application form if you are struggling to access it on the website. Nomusa indicated that she did a learnership through the Department of Social Development, and since 2014 she could not access, or they could not receive their certificate. Can we register with an academic record? Now, Nomusa, one of the issues that you need to indicate to us through Ms. Nkebe's office is to who was the service provider who was providing that particular training because we want to believe probably the health and welfare sector was involved there. I want to believe, so that we can also assist you to trace that particular service provider and ensure that you obtain your registration, your certificate. But in the event, colleagues, we are struggling to locate them and you are in possession of an academic record, we will explore the route of ensuring that you depose an affidavit in that regard, so that we do not frustrate you in terms of your frustration. So where we can see that everything's beyond your control, as far as obtaining your registration certificate, we will consider the route of an affidavit, but also even ourselves having tried to locate that particular service provider to secure your certificate. But the quickest way to do it is to go through the route of ensuring that you depose an affidavit, so that we can process and finalize your registration, pending the tracing of the service provider who's supposed to assist you with the registration, your certificate. Now, the issue of BQCC, I think you agree with us that the BQCC was not registered, and that program did not even go beyond 12 months in terms of allowing a person to master that particular course. It was not even at a level of NQF level 3. Now, the issue there is that those who were in possession of the BQCC, they were supposed to be registered through employment letters. And at a particular point in time, probably the message might have not reached you. Others were advised to go to NSCCW, because NSCCW was providing the NQF level 4 qualification for assistants. Now, if there are still colleagues who are in possession of the BQCC qualification or course, if I were to call it that way, please engage us so that we can see how we can assist you. But the fact of the matter is that, colleagues, the provision for registration with employment letters and job description, it has fallen off, colleagues. There's no provision anymore for one to register with an employment letter and a job description. There's no, that provision, it does not exist anymore. Now, the colleagues, in relation to issues of communication, that council is victimizing child and youth care workers, I don't think that is true, colleagues. The regulations that are in place were consulted, and they were done through the Minister of Social Development, and they went for public comments, and they came back to us in a form of published gazette, having been gazetted, if I were to put it that way. So what council is doing, we are implementing what is in place, what has gone through the public comments. Any regulations, they go through public comments, and we understand the fact that not everyone will have access to the draft, regulations for public comments. But the minute they are published, it cannot be blamed on council to say we did not consult. We follow the legal process of making the regulations in terms of Section 28, and not everyone will have access to that information. But at the point when we have access to information, which amongst is this particular session that we are having right now, let's engage instead of attacking one another, because even in terms of those who are affected, we are saying to them, we are not going to deregister you until such time that you provide us with the reasons as to why we should not deregister you. So that is the starting point, colleagues, to say when you get information, at a particular point in time. Let's engage and see how we can support one another. But there's no way that council colleagues will go out there to victimize child and youth care workers. We are in a process of ensuring that we fully professionalize child and youth care workers, and we call upon each and every person who regard him or herself as a child and youth care worker, even in the absence of having been registered with us or a qualification, come forward so that we can see how we can assist you and ensure that we protect this noble profession of child and youth care work. Thanks, Program Director. I'll pause here for now.
Thank you, Acting Registrar. What a detailed explanation. And I hope from this explanation, our misconceptions are being clarified, that we are not indeed here to attack the sector, but we are here to correct and assist the sector to be professionalized. While I am recognizing the chairperson of the professional board. So, Chairperson, can you come?
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thanks to the Acting Registrar for the detailed responses. And there is one point that I also want to respond to, asked by Temba. Temba said that social workers are managing the institutions and that it will be better that the institutions be managed by child and youth care workers. The expectation in this era is that when there is such a vacancy, the advertisement would require somebody who has got qualifications in social service professions, and that will be social work, child and youth care, and child and youth care work. And if you meet the requirement and you satisfy the panel that you are the right person for the job, you should be hired for such a position. So we hope that is what is happening when there are positions that are available. But we do get your point, and it's upon every one of us sitting in this meeting to advocate for child and youth care workers where you're finding that some of these expectations are falling short. Thank you. Program Director.
Thank you, Chair. We have been being muted somewhere else as well. Thank you for the input. Colleagues, we are left with 13 minutes to conclude the webinar. We are going to allow the last group of hands that we've identified, and hopefully we have covered everyone. Oh, okay. I'm being advised by the registrar to request Benny Titole to repeat his questions. Benny, if Benny is listening, it was through Simpiwe Nzama's gadget. So Benny, acting registrar. I do not know whether, and I'm hoping he has not vanished yet. He will come back, and then we will request him to repeat his questions. But what I've captured here, he was concerned about funding, that is talking to NPOs, because he said this funding has an impact as well on the category, the child with care workers. And there was also a realignment of practitioners, because she said the structures of government are promoting this illegal practice. And I think his concern was responded to by the chairperson with this response that he provided now, before we said let's resume with the last group of questions. However, I'm hoping that Simpiwe, wherever you are seated with Benny is listening, so that he can come back and repeat the questions for us. You see, colleagues, we are concerned and we want to ensure that the sector or this category it's professionalized. Hence, we want all the questions, and we believe that these questions are going to shape us going further. With that said, I would like to have Mkolisi Spielman on the platform to raise his concerns. Mkolisi.
Thanks, Chair. Good day, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can go ahead, Mkolisi.
I am using Mkolisi's gadget, but I have a few questions that are gathered by colleagues. We are yes, we are in Free State in Tshireletso on CYC.
Okay, and who is speaking then? Because you are using Mkolisi's laptop.
I am Kaifas Komapi. Okay.
Colleagues. Colleagues that are seated with the speaker. Colleagues that are seated with the speaker, can you kindly please respect the speaker on the platform, because we are struggling to even capture the name. Who is the speaker on the platform? So please, we humbly request, because we need to conclude the program on time, so that next time when we invite you again, you can join. Please, you can start again. Say, we did not capture your full name.
Okay, I said I am Kaifas Komapi.
Komapi?
Yes, Kaifas, yes.
Oh, okay, Kaifas Komapi. You can carry on, sir.
All right. You will pardon me because we were kicked out because of the blackout, because of load sharing. If ever I am going to say something that has been dealt with, for sure I'll be pardoned. But
not a problem.
Let me start.
Tate Komapi? Tate Komapi, we've lost you. All right, colleagues, we have lost Tate Komapi. At SN, when he reconnects, we'll go back to him as well. Can we have El Mshaisa? El Mshaisa, can you present? All right. We are missing him or her as well. Mokhadi? Oh, colleagues, you know, it will be of importance to us when you say my questions have been covered. Hello, is that Mokhadi?
Yes, Mokhadi here.
Yes, Mokhadi, you can speak.
My question is basically based on the issue of I'm a youth development graduate, and I've registered with the council while I was working for Bosasa. I had the certificate through Bosasa for child and youth care. But at the moment, one of my colleagues received an email from you guys stating that within 21 days, she must respond as to why she must not be deregistered with the council. So my concern here is, do I also fall under the people that are going to be deregistered, that I also need to do the POE? Because now I don't know, with the certificate that I've acquired with Bosasa, to you guys, it doesn't have any value. That's my first question. And my second question is, with the council for me, basically, I feel that council somewhere, somehow, it's failing us through the employment issues because we've got colleagues that have got degrees within our organization, but still their entry level goes to level 4, where they get to get the same salary with people who have got the certificate of 1 year. As the council, what is it that you're going to do, as you are saying now, that you are improving and you are now making sure that CYC are now recognized? What is it that you're going to do that will impact in the issues of employment to ensure that people with the certificate and people with the degree, their salaries are not going to be the same, so that the recognition, as much as you are saying you are recognizing us, the recognition, it clearly shows that you guys have really recognized us. That's all I can ask. Thank you.
Ntate Kuma.
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me? Chair, can you hear me? Hello?
We hear you. I don't know why they don't hear you.
Is it?
Yeah, you may proceed, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me start this way. There is an echo. Let me start this way. Chair, I am having a challenge with, let me be honest with you, I've never been to the council offices. Nah? I'm not so sure whether if I am to leave Free State tomorrow to go and look for the offices, I will find them. Because it's really tedious that we've been trying to get hold of the council. We've been calling the council. Nobody will take your calls. Nobody will ever respond to you, even when you send emails. Now, it really gives a picture that it looks like the council doesn't exist. And please, can we get a response on that, because it has been a struggle to get hold of you. I'm using this opportunity to talk to you now because you are available. I'm not so sure whether tomorrow you'll be available again. So I must be talking to you even when I'm not going to be sticking to the agenda. 2, you spoke about the issue of the RPL in the presentation. Now I want to check with the council as to, could it be possible that you have institutions that have been ran by the whole staff complement are people who are child and youth care workers through the RPL? And if that is the case, where do we stand as a council when you have an institution where almost all staff complement is made up of people who can at times deal purely with issues that are affecting children and youth through what you have just alluded when you said there is evolution, there are developments, and there are a lot of things. So mostly when people go through the process of recognition of prior learning, no, it's not because they can't go to school, but in most cases you find that 70 or 80% of them are those who were hired back then, who were just hired to come and work in childcare department. That's true. You also said you will be conducting a seminar, a webinar on the code of conduct to child and youth care workers. Now, it raises eyebrows because I am asking myself if there will only be a webinar in times to come. And the question is, have we never had incidents where child and youth care workers has erred? So if it did, what measures did we use to ensure that discipline is discipline is maintained as a council, when we deal with people who have erred, if only it's only now that we are saying we'll be having a webinar and next time. So say, for instance, it's me who has done something that qualifies that I should be kicked out of the workplace because of the act that I did, maybe to a child or so. So what type of a measure or what code will you be using against me if you have never taken me through such a code? Because we are working, and I guess maybe we saw some when we were signing as child and youth care workers, but I see it being a need that it was supposed to be the first thing before any other thing can come to play. And I think that was my last comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Komape. Can we move to Siyabonga Khumalo? Siyabonga Khumalo. Thank you. You can present your side, sir.
Good day, everyone. My question is with the issue of okay. I'm having an issue of people who registered previously, but they never got the blueprint.
That is Siyabonga. Please, can you tell your colleagues to mute? Because there's noise coming from your side.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can then proceed.
Okay. I'm asking is it possible that the people who were paying previously from the registration and they never got the certificates, that the green slip that they were
Siyabonga, we've lost you. Siyabonga. Siyabonga. Okay, let's move, colleagues.
so that they can.
Siyabonga.
Hello?
We have missed you. We just your question was half captured by us. You lost us because you asked, is it possible for people who have paid for, and then you got muted. So can you repeat your question, sir?
I'm asking for the people who paid previously, but they never got the green slip. Is it the issue of they need to re-register or they need to start afresh the process?
Oh, okay. Are you done?
Because on my side, we have people who've been paying, but they never got the green slip, which was required as a proof of payment. They only got the slip from the bank as in the deposit slip. So I'm asking if is it the issue of re-registering so that they can get those slips, or they need to start again the process? Thank you. Hello?
Yes, yeah, we got the question. Miss Malonga?
Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, Chair. It's a problem of connection. I sometimes get muted with everybody. So, Spusiso, yes, we've captured your question. We'll respond to you. Can I have Mpomu Pete? Sisimpo?
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Mpomo Pete, Free State Employer, DSD. Firstly, I would like to thank Ntate Hitler for the very informative presentation. On my side, I really don't have question. I just want to appreciate the relationship that we have been having for all these years with the council. And I think 2 weeks back, we also had a visual meeting with all the management and the district managers in relation to the presentation, specifically the CYCs. And I also want to thank you, Mema Lambo, for getting back to me. And we are working together very nicely in terms of making sure that the deregistration of the CYCs are corrected in the Free State DSD. So I just wanted to give a word of appreciation and thank you very much.
Thank you, Memupete. Thank you very much. Let's move to Funda Kubo. Funda. Funda, are you there? No, Funda seems to have gone. Can we have Margaret Pandliwe?
Hello.
Hi, is that Funda?
Yes, that's Funda.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Funda. Sis Margaret, can you just pause for a second while we listen to the presentation of Funda? Yes, Funda, you can go ahead.
Oh, yes. This is Funda Wubo from Zululand. I do not have any question. I am actually asking for the recordings and the presentation itself because it's not information network problems. So may you please help us with the recordings? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Funda. Can we have Margaret Pandliwe? Yes, Margaret, you can speak.
Yes, you are speaking to Maria Khojane from the Margaret's laptop.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My question is that 2017, I was registered with the council, so I was given the council number. So, but apparently recently when I spoke to one of your colleagues there or somewhere in council in Pretoria, they say that my council number is not working anymore. I wonder why. Can they answer me that, please? And the second question is that I hear that they said that I have outstanding amount since they say that I have 3 years that I didn't pay it, but I have the proof. So I did I did all my profile since I was deregistered. So I found the proof that I've been paying those years that they say that I didn't pay, but I didn't find the slips of 2018. But now they say that I owe them 442. But on June 15th, I paid that amount. So the problem is that on my status 2 weeks back, I checked, but they say that I'm still having our outstanding amount. So my question is that from the people in counseling, how will they remove that outstanding statement that says I'm owing them? Because I don't understand, I paid them. So why the people in different communication in council, they don't receive the data saying that I paid that amount? Because when I check, they still say I'm owing. The last question is that my other question, the last one, is similar to Dinoshal here in Free State. They say that I'm deregistered and I send them my ID number certified and matric certified and other CETA W and other certificates from HW CETA. And they say that Ms. Nkebe said that she needs my statement of results. Then I've been calling Cape Town. I'm sure it has been this week, around this week, I've been calling Cape Town. Then my phone was cut, so no one has answered me. So my service provider was NCCW. Can somebody assist me with those people in NCCW in Cape Town so that I can receive my statement of results? As a belief, I need them because Mrs. Nkebe need those things before I can receive my proof of payments. Please, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. That was the last group of hands that we are taking for
Comrade
today
Chair,
for this webinar.
Can I have a quick question?
Comrade Chair, I'm also here.
Okay. Who is
Thank
speaking?
you, Charlie speaking. Can I continue?
Okay, Charlie, you can raise.
Okay, thank you.
Charlie, you can talk.
My colleagues at James House, we were trying this year because many of them actually finished the FET, but they didn't receive actually the certificate yet. And obviously it made it actually difficult for them to register, to pay their registration fees, because now they have to pay with the ID documents and it doesn't work with the ID documents. How can you assist us? Because I mean, it's now for this year that we tried last year, we tried with our IDs, and that's the only thing that they say, but obviously it doesn't work. How can you assist me to actually just explain to the colleagues that this is the way to go then? Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Charlie.
Chairperson,
May Octavia.
there's some of us hands up from the beginning, totally in the beginning. Is everyone going to be allowed, or is there a format or a platform where we can send all our queries? Because there's still a lot to be discussed and questions to be asked.
Okay, ma'am, since you're on the platform, can you then continue with your presentation? We will record it.
Sorry,
and
ma'am.
in terms, I'm saying, since you are on the platform, you can then continue with your presentation. And we are also accepting the proposal that you've made, that you can populate your concerns. I think it's one of our way forwards that we've summarized from this platform to say there are really indeed issues that are affecting the category that needs council's attention and the registrants themselves. So for now, I'm giving you the platform to present your question or concerns. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to be very quick. We come from a very long period with a lot of CYCCs registering. We enrolled with service providers, then COVID happened, that people decide not to be service providers, then we re-registered and we started with the training. So all our people were registered as the auxiliary workers in the past, but now they are enrolled since last year in October, and they're going to finish now this year, October. That means that they fall out that lenient period or that granny clause phase from you guys. We were registered as the auxiliary, but we are not fully registered with the proof of the certificate. So they will finish in a few weeks' time. But now we get letters from the council in terms of they deregistering them. But we also have pressure from the service provider that they must be registered as a student. So there's this total confusion of is the auxiliary registration going to lapse? Must they be registered as students until we get the certificates? And then we also have this whole, they warned us, the service provider, that HWCTA for 4 years did not issue any certificates for the people that finished off. So everyone is just walking around with their results. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of the struggles of that there is confusion. We don't know what processes to follow. Then there's another question on the platform where they ask, we got the notification from Pretoria DSD that they say that even our caregivers, the assistants that is taking care of the babies in the baby units must also follow this whole process, all 8 of them in a baby home. We have a child and youth care worker that is running the homes, but now they say that all the rest must be trained as caregivers or child and youth care workers. So if we can just get clarity of what the expectation is there. And then I wanted to know if there's a cutting off age for any child and youth care worker in terms of registrations is because there's some of the people that still in CYCC 65 years with 20 years experience, 40 years experience. So I want to know about that. And then I want to know, because it's so difficult, if people have to retire by us and people leave urgently, we have to have a replacement immediately to look after the children. Then we advertise for 3, 4, 5 months. We don't get a qualified child and youth care worker. We do 3, 4, 5 sets of interviews. We don't get people. So I want to know, is there a list at the council of people being qualified but that is not in a job, where we can maybe take hands and see if we can get qualified people, because we really struggle, and then we do desperate moves of taking someone in and enroll them the next month into a course because we don't have any other possibility of to go forward. And I also want to know if there's a guideline of salaries, and I also want to know if there is a list of service providers.
Thank you. And can I have the names, the identifying particulars of the speaker?
Sorry, it's Lisa Swart, and I'm the program manager at AFM Welfare, overseeing all the child and youth care work centers in Gauteng, or off of Gauteng. Okay.
So it's Lisa Swart.
Lisa Swart, yes.
Thank you, Lisa Swart.
Thank you.
Me Octavia, Benny Sitole.
Benny Sitole.
Yeah, they can register. They said that Nasi clear. She said she was not clear in terms of my question.
Yes, Benny, if you can
on the
repeat
point of
your
before.
Yes, if you can repeat your question, because the acting registrar wants to note the question.
Yes, it was 2 questions, isn't it?
Yes, you had 2 questions.
Yes, I had 2 questions there. On point of before, on those questions, I'm repeating them now. The first question was on the issue of NGO funding. Ne?
Yes.
Because, in Gauteng with crisis, I don't know other provinces. And most of our child and youth care workers here are working in the NGOs. Where they froze, they said there's no funding to pay them. I think they've went 6 months without being paid. And by the looks of things, these things will persist, because I attended the HOD's meetings, because I sit in the chamber Public Health and Social Development, where CFO indicated no funding for NGOs. So by the looks of things, these child and youth care workers will be without employment, and then they still need to maintain their registration. So my plea or the question was to say maybe employ the board so that we do not have many child and youth care workers who have been registered because of socio-economic impact. Currently, as we speak, they're in Johannesburg head office, that they're even destroying. They're on a wildcat strike there. But I'm saying in terms of registration, we must be able to assist them. Yeah, the registrar will assist there, and the chairperson. The second issue was issues of realignment and malpractices in the NGO sector and government, where there's issues of who's the auxiliary, who's the professional, and who must report to who. We're not talking issues of money because it's bargaining there. But there's that malpractice where you'll find that, I studied my master's, but I still have to report an auxiliary person, and then the scope of practices as per skill are not the same. And there's no enough monitoring when it comes to that, to say what is that you can do to make sure that a person practices what is registered. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny, for clarifying your questions. To the deputy chairperson and the chairperson, I've been advised that we should continue with this rounds of hands that was noted, and to colleagues as well, so that then we afford everybody an opportunity to get some clarity. So I'm indicating this so that then people cannot say but we need to go, we need to exit the platform. So colleagues, I am now noting Jackie. Can I have Jackie Madima with her presentations?
Thank you, Program Director. The question that I'm going to raise does not necessarily come from myself, but I think this colleague was not able to connect so that they can ask the question. So they sent me a text message so that I can ask the question. So this person is from one of our institutions, and within the institution, there is a treatment center, which is like a rehab center. And there's also facilities for a place of safety. So what they are asking is, are they also expected to get this qualification and be registered whilst they are not necessarily dealing with youth? So these people will be dealing with adults who are coming because of issues of substance abuse. So the question is basically that to say, are they expected to register and also have the qualification whilst they are not necessarily dealing with the youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Jackie. Can I have Nico Jan van?
Tiani van der Westhuizen.
Oh, they didn't capture the code surname. Yes, Nico, you can go ahead.
It's my husband's but it's Tiani van der Westhuizen here. I'm also with AFM Welfare. We are busy doing the Child and Youth Care Auxiliary Worker training at Abram Krinlang Laagte. And most of all us did register on the online app. But when you go on the online app, they said we did sign the declaration, but it still rejected our application. And we still have outstanding fees. And we already downloaded all the documentation and the payment. So why does it still say that?
Okay, was that your question only?
Yes.
Thank you then.
Thank you.
It has been captured. It will be answered too. Can we have Loli Mentor? Loli? Is it Koli or Loli? Mentor? It seems as if she or he has left the platform. Are you here?
Sorry. Yeah, the question has been answered. Thank you.
Oh, thank you then, Ms. Mentor. Can we have Richard September?
Good morning, Program Director, and I just want to first and foremost acknowledge this platform that we have, since most of us has been struggling to get hold of the council through phones, but I myself have been helped and through the register. My question that I have is for my colleague which is next to me, and I will
For Richard.
Maar het leest die hij vraagt wat ik
dit gaan wij niet beter lezen.
Richard.
Yes,
en ook die acting register en alle mensen sal anker like my sal anker hy sal
Richard,
can you hear me now?
No, your colleagues were busy talking. We heard nothing.
Yes, I know, and that's why I just muted myself. Okay, let me just say, acknowledge once again, thank you for this hard work and effort that the council have been putting in. I myself have been helped by the registrar, but here is my colleague next to me, and I will speak on behalf of her because she's a little bit shy to talk. She's been paying her registration using her ID number as Charlie have indicated, and eventually she managed to get hold of a registration number. The problem that she currently have is she don't have a practice card and she's got no certificate. And when she have to go out in terms of schools and doing outreach works, it becomes problematic for her because they require these things at schools and also within the community. So that's the only dilemma we have. When will she receive it? And yet she's been paying each and every year. She's been paying council fees on time. I thank you.
Thank you, Richard September. Nonhlanhla. Nonhlanhla. Nonhlanhla, are you there? Colleagues, colleagues that are seated with Nonhlanhla, can you request her to present? Because this is the last group of hands that we think we are taking and providing clarity. Nonhlanhla? It seems as if we've lost Nonhlanhla.
Madam Chair, can I step into Nonhlanhla's
network session?
And who is stepping in Nonhlanhla's time?
It's sorry, ma'am. It's Lebohang. I've been had my hand up but I haven't been recognized.
Okay, Lebohang, you can then speak while we're waiting for Nonhlanhla.
Okay, Madam Chair, I just need some clarity. I have received an email from the council saying that my application was rejected and reasons it's because of uncertified copies of my ID and my qualifications, and which is when all those documents that they're saying they are unsatisfied, they were certified, and I did send them to the council, but now it comes out to saying that my application was rejected. So I just want you guys to just advise me on to say that what does this mean? Does it mean for me? Should I now re-register again, or what is it that I need to do? Because I've been registered since 2016, and I only get the message right now, in this month, saying that my application was rejected. So can you guys please advise onto that? What steps? What is it that I need to do moving forward? Should I re-register, or yeah, that was my thing. Thank you.
Lebohang?
Yes, ma'am.
You said you applied 2016.
I applied long time, 2016, and I've been having problems with my register. I haven't even received any certificate from the council, and since now. And then every time when I used to call and then find out, every time when I get hold of the council, I would hear something saying that, okay, there's missing documents, and then I would send those documents, but still there's always missing stuff. And then now receiving an email saying that my application is rejected and due to uncertified copies of my IDs and qualifications, which is I did certify all those copies when I handed the copies in, but just confused now in terms of why is it saying that this application. So I just need some clarity and some advice from you, from your side this time. What is it that I should do now moving forward with this to get this thing corrected? And the email I received it the 11th of August this month, so I just need some clarity and advice from the council.
Thank you, Lebohang. Just keep holding in, or keep participating, or keep holding on in the webinar. You will be clarified. Can I have Nompumelelo Ntuli? Nompumelelo?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Nompumelelo.
All right, thanks, and pardon me, I'm already driving, but yeah, thanks. No, I think mine is not a question, but it was a request, and I raised my hand before Uhitla spoke, because I was concerned to say when colleagues are raising their questions or concerns, can they please say where they come from? But after Mr. Mangani has commented, I felt, oh, I know him, he comes from Gauteng. But I just want to emphasize to say, you know, with Gauteng, everything was done to give the information. And I just want also to emphasize on the issue that we were captured by social workers to be on the board. We were never captured. Most of us wanted to register so that we get regulated. I think it's a fact that must be taken out there so that people don't get misinformed. We went there because we wanted to be regulated and we wanted to be recognized. And that is the recognition that we're getting, is to be registered and be called as child and care workers, not any other name. So I just want to emphasize to say, guys, let's give information that is correct so that we don't mislead, so that we don't confuse other people. That was my comment, madam, and I thank you. But the last thing that I liked about the question, Lona, to say let's align as well our profession. If you are registered and you've studied, you've got a qualification at a professional level, can we also allow that the council assist us in aligning the job of a professional childcare worker to be at a professional level and not be at an auxiliary level? That's my 2-cent contribution. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Lutuli, it is not a 2-cent contribution. It's a well-deserved contribution. Thank you to that. Can we have our last participant who requested to speak, Mkolisi? Can we have Mkolisi on the platform? Eh? Colleague? Mkolisi, are you there? Mkolisi? Right.
Which one, Chairperson?
It's only
This is
written.
Mkolisi Spielman. Maybe it's an old hand, I'm not sure.
I've got Mkolisi captured. So I'm not too sure which Mkolisi is this one.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can take this opportunity just to make a comment.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mkolisi, so that we can respond and be able to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Mkolisi Spielman from TSD Free State. Can the colleagues mute, please? Can the colleagues mute? I can't hear myself. Chairperson.
Mkolisi, are you with those colleagues?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then you can go ahead, Mr. Mkolisi.
Yes, I'm a facility manager in a child and youth care center in the Free State.
Okay.
I'm here with about 18 child and youth care workers.
Okay.
So I just want to pose some few questions that they wanted to check with me.
Okay.
Among them, 10 of them have received letters that they've been deregistered.
Yes.
And there are dates of deregistration that are listed there.
Yes.
In our last meeting with the council, we wanted to check if ever was there any notification that was sent to the colleagues. If yes, are there any means of verification of that notification? Because now it becomes a question of saying, you claim I'm deregistered, but have you provided me with a proof? That is the first one. Secondly, the colleagues that I'm with here, they will be undergoing the NQ level 5. Child and youth care learnership. They are all qualified at NQ level 4. What will happen when they complete the learnership? Do they register again, or it should just they maintain the status of their present registration? Those are the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless I can check with them if there's none who've got a question. Are you sorted? No, they are sorted. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we now listen to the response and the clarification on processes so that then we can map a way forward from this webinar. Thank you. I'll hand over to the registrar to provide some responses.
No, thanks, Program Director and the colleagues. The yeah. Colleagues, can you please mute your mic? Okay, Mabega. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for switching off your mic. The chairperson, let me just start with other opening remarks again, and indicate my Sinelli Siwe. Sinelli Siwe. Sinelli Siwe, please mute your mic. Thanks. Chairperson of the professional board, I was saying I take comfort by the inputs that are coming forth, though some are raising colleagues are raising frustration, but the comfort that I get is that there's no any person who is against the professionalization of child and youth care work, meaning that the ball is in our court as council, led by the professional board for child and youth care work, to ensure that everyone gets registered and their registration status is updated on our system. That is the comfort that I get. Now, coming to the questions or the comments and the clarity-seeking questions. The first one was, I think it was from Mohadi, the colleague who graduated or did youth development while still working at BUSAS. Now she was checking as to whether, because her colleague also received a notice of intention, she was checking as to whether she also falls within the category of the sunset provision. Our approach is as follows, colleagues, so that we avoid the confusion. That I want to propose that we approach this matter as follows: that any person who got registered at auxiliary level, I mean child and youth care work auxiliary level, please send an inquiry to check your registration status. In particular, those who got registered with employment letters and job description, because as I've indicated earlier on, that there are those who got registered, but we don't have your updated contact details. We're struggling to reach you and issue the notice letters. Now, colleagues, on the issue of the notice letters, please do not panic the minute you receive it. It is not a letter of deregistration or cancellation of your registration or removing your name from the register. It's an intention to do so, subject to you providing us with the reasons as to why we should not remove your name from the register. And as we've indicated, we are going to listen to each and every person who is affected as to why we should not proceed with remove them from the register. And we will not act arbitrarily so and take unreasonable decision and remove people from the register unnecessarily. So every reason that we are going to take against any person must be captured, and the professional board is overseeing this particular process. So Mkhadi just sent an inquiry so that we can verify your registration status. I can't tell at this point in time as to where you fall. It's a matter of you registered in terms of what. If indeed you've got registered with employment letter or a job description, chances are you are affected and you have not obtained your NQF level 4 or NQF level 4. The fact is that you are affected. Now, the concern of struggling to get hold, or before that issue, Mkhadi also raised the issue of whether we're going to advocate for their issues as far as employment issues and their salaries, because there are those who are professionals but they're still at a lower level in terms of salary scales. Now, colleagues, the primary mandate of council is to regulate the professions, which includes social work, child and youth care work, and social auxiliary work. That is our primary mandate. But now and then we get a concern to say, council, we are experiencing challenges as far as our conditions of service are concerned. What is your role in that? Unfortunately, the council's mandate does not extend to the conditions of service of social service professionals. But what we do is that at every opportune time we get with employers, we try to advocate for the improvement of conditions of your service, but we don't have the primary obligation or the primary authority to engage your employers as far as your conditions of service are concerned. But our approach is that whenever we get an opportunity, is to advocate and raise the issues that you are raising with us now, so that we can see if there can be an improvement. And also at the level of the professional board, some of these issues are on the agenda. But where we are not winning, colleagues, please understand, is because it is not our primary mandate to fight for issues of rents and cents for social service professionals across. Ours is to regulate, but we do try to advocate for your interests. Now, the issue of struggling to access counsel, we note that concern, colleague, and we really want to apologize for that you are struggling to access us via emails, and also when you call, you can't access us, something that we note, and the registrations manager has noted that we will attend to it. Can a child and youth care worker with RPL run organization and training institutions? I'm not sure if I followed your question, but probably we can locate the answer. Go section 15. Section 15 clarifies as to who is an institution that can provide, a service provider that can provide education and training. So I'll encourage the colleague who raised this particular issue, please cross-reference with section 15, go through the entire section 15 of the Social Service Professions Act, and see if you can find an answer to the question that you are raising of RPL, because I'm not sure if I captured your question correctly. But if you are not satisfied or you are still not clear in terms of whether the question that you are raising against that particular provider falls within the provisions of section 15, then we can engage further outside this particular forum, and you'll use the same email address of Ms. Nkebe to make a follow-up on the issue. Now, the colleague noted during our presentation that we intend to coordinate a workshop or webinars on the Code of Ethics for Child and Youth Care Workers. And it appears to him it's a new issue that we do have a Code of Ethics for Child and Youth Care Workers. So the Code of Ethics for Child and Youth Care Workers, colleagues, is not new. It was part of the regulations which were introduced or promulgated in 2014. There are 3 documents. It's the regulations regarding the registrations of child and youth care workers, the Code of Ethics for Child and Youth Care Workers, and the rules relating to acts on omissions of child and youth care workers which constitute unprofessional or improper conduct. We've noticed the gap, or we've noted the gap in terms of that most of the child and youth care workers were not workshopped on these 3 documents, which is the regulations, the rules, which is the Code of Ethics, and the rules relating to the acts of omission. So part of our program is to workshop almost all child and youth care workers on these regulations and rules, because you need to understand the obligation that comes with registering as a child and youth care worker. So it is not new. In actual fact, they are being implemented. We do receive complaints, few complaints against child and youth care workers, and we use these particular rules to investigate those child and youth care workers. And we encourage everyone who comes across any element of unprofessional or improper conduct against a child and youth care worker to report those issues to council so that they can be investigated, because we do have an obligation as child and youth care workers to report any incident of wrongdoing amongst us as child and youth care workers. So we will engage and educate colleagues, and the same principle that I requested earlier on to say, coordinate yourself on the ground, invite us, we will come and do the workshop and address the registration issues. And people who paid and were not issued with their practice card, do they need to re-register or start afresh and so forth? It depends, because if you registered but you've never got a registration certificate, chances are you are not registered. And there are colleagues who paid their annual fees or the registration fees using their ID numbers. So that one as well, it creates a problem, because chances are the monies that you've paid, it went into what we call unidentified fees. So my request to those who have been paying their annual fees but they've not received their practice card, please send an email with a list with your ID numbers, and those who still have copies of the proof of payments, can you please submit them, so send them so that we can verify as to whether your registration status on the system. That is the best way we can deal with it. But colleagues, my appeal is that please do not make payments to council's account while you are not clear as to what is it that you are paying for and the amount and what is it that you are going to get. Please inquire first before you make a payment, because the minute your money you pay with monies to council without using your registration number as a reference, we won't be able to recognize that the amount as to who paid that particular fee. So it becomes a challenge for us to recognize it, process it, and issue with you whatever the request that you are making. Now, the Ausimpo from Free State, if we can do what we just did recently to Free State and do it to the other remaining 8 provinces, we will have achieved what we want to achieve at the end of the day. But I'm hopeful that we will get to all the 9 provinces and assist all child and youth care workers who are struggling on the ground. At least there's an indication of some work being done on the ground on the side of the council. We will ensure that colleagues get access to the presentation and also the recording of this particular webinar. But in addition to that, all the questions that have been put forward today, we are going to capture them and do a column of question and answer so that we put them in black and white for those who could not capture some of the questions and for those who could not follow us in terms of the responses that we are giving, and also populate it so that everyone can have access, so that you have guidance in terms of you might be experiencing the same challenges that we have addressed today, then you can be able to know where you're supposed to go after this particular webinar. So we will circulate the presentation and also the questions and answer format. The colleague who indicated that she paid 442 and she was told that her registration number is not working. She paid in June, and as she was talking to us right now, her registration status has not been updated. So again, colleague, please ensure that you send your concern with your registration number so that we can verify as to what is the challenge. Why is your registration status not being updated? So the registration manager will take care of that particular issue. The the issue of struggling to access your statement of result and struggling to access NACCW. The colleagues from NACCW are here. They should be able to assist us so that at the end of the day, you receive your statement of results. The colleagues who have completed their qualifications and they use their ID numbers to pay the annual fees or the registration fees, how can they be assisted as well? Colleagues, please send the details. The registration manager will attend to that particular issue. Ms. Swart, there are people who will be completing their qualifications around October 2023. How will they be treated? Now, yeah, those are the colleagues who are affected by the sunset clause, I want to believe. And those are some of the colleagues who will have to consider and delay the deregistration process. So again, Ms. Swart, please send an email and a list of those people with their registration number so that at least it will meet us halfway. If you can provide us with that list, then we know in terms of how do we deal with, if they are the ones who we are struggling to access now in terms of issuing the notice letters, you will meet us halfway, then we can access those colleagues, then we will tick them on our list, then we know that these ones, we must engage them or make follow-up with them around October 2023 before we can take any final decision. Now, is there a cutting off age to register? There's no cut off age to register, and also there's no an age exemption for one to register. Firstly, if you are practicing as a as a child and youth care worker, and your job requires registration with council, you must be registered irrespective of your age. But if you are in the process of going for retirement at any point in time, and you realize that it might not be in your interest to pursue this particular qualification, please engage us so that we can see how we can treat your situation. But in a nutshell, colleagues, the minute your post requires registration with council, irrespective of age, you need to register with council, not to apply and register with council. We have a list of people who are qualified and they have the qualifications so that they can be appointed in replacement of those who are exiting the system. Unfortunately, we do not have the list, but my advice, it will be that in the province that you are, I'm not sure which province you are, colleagues, please engage the Provincial Department of Social Development in your province so that you can make an inquiry with them. Probably they should be having a list. So if you go to Gauteng, for example, Mr. Nzama is here, Mayor Mpumeli Thuli, they are here, Mr. Benisitole, they are here. They should be able to assist in that regard. But if you are outside Gauteng, please engage your Provincial Department of Social Development. I want to believe that they will assist in terms of the other qualified people who can assist as replacement of those who are exiting the system as far as their employment tenure is concerned. Is there a guideline for salaries? The guideline for salaries is within the context of the DPSA. If you are working in a government department, the salary scales is the DPSA, Department of Public Service and Administration, is the custodian of the salary levels in the public sector. And you will need to engage them or engage the Provincial Department of Social Development in your respective province. And for those colleagues who are in the NPO sector, I'm not aware of any salary level scales because that is not our area of competency as far as council is concerned. We do not determine or engage on issues of rents and cents, if I were to put that way, we don't determine the salary levels for child and youth care workers. Our responsibility is to determine the minimum requirements for registration, the qualification levels, and the scope of practice for child and youth care workers. So that is our primary mandate. But if we can engage DPSA or Provincial Department of Social Development, probably they can assist in that regard. The crisis of NPO funding, which has an impact on the status or the registration status of child and youth care workers. Again, colleagues, this issue is twofold. One, employers who are struggling to support child and youth care workers who need to go and start. Again, that could be a reason for us to consider an exempting a person in relation to this issue of the sunset clause. But I cannot make final light to that. My appeal is that can people who are affected and they are not in possession of the qualification come forward so that we can make a determination as far as your registration status is concerned, as far as the sunset provision is concerned. Now, the second part of this crisis, Mr. Siton, is in relation and it affects everyone, all child and youth care workers, both at professional and at auxiliary level in terms of the payment of annual fees. So the information that we can provide is that if you are unable to pay the annual fee for a particular financial year, please apply for an exemption. The regulations relating to fees payable make provision for a person who is unemployed for a consecutive period of 3 months. When you also have to submit an affidavit in that regard, you may qualify for an exemption to pay an annual fee for a specific financial year. Then if it happens that even next year you are still unemployed, you are more than welcome to apply for an exemption, and please visit our website in this regard, or if you need an application on how to go about applying, you can engage the office of the registrations manager or the registration secretary or Missing Kebe. They will assist you on how to go about applying for an exemption. But the principle is that you need your application should be in with council by no later than the 30th of November each year. So there is a provision for people to qualify from being exempted to be exempted from paying the annual fee, provided they meet the minimum requirements, which is that you are unemployed and you've been unemployed for a period of 3 months consecutively. So
Acting Registrar, we lost you. If Acting Registrar, if you can hear me, we lost you. Acting Registrar, if you can hear me, we have lost you. While we wait for the Acting Registrar to come back, I need to respond to a question around those that have been trying to get their either certificates or statement of results from NACCW. As some of you will know that I work for the NACCW. I put in an email address there, headoffice@naccw.org.za, and please write to that email address and request your either your certificate or statement of results. And I am also putting in my WhatsApp number. Please feel free to write to me if you are not getting any joy, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that you are assisted.
Chair,
It's back. Yes, you may proceed.
yeah, we are back, Chair. Thanks very much. We got disconnected somehow. And thanks for the information regarding on how they can access NACCW, Chair. Now, on the issue of realignment and malpractices on the ground, colleagues, this is the issue that we need to clarify. The council regulates the profession, and in this case, for child and youth care work, we've determined what is the scope of practice of child and youth care workers. Now, the question is, are child and youth care workers working within their scope of practice as prescribed? That's the first question that we need to answer, Mr. Stoll. Then the second question is, when we give you a registration certificate, which is a license for you to go and practice, you go and establish what you call employer-employee relationship with your respective employer. Now, employer decides to put what you call a contract of employment and a job description, which in your view is not aligned with the scope of practice of child and youth care work. Now, because you are in that kind of an employment relationship, you need to engage your employer, and so that the alignment can happen at that particular level, and also address the issues of malpractices within the context of the employer-employee relationship. But where you are struggling, and if this happens in particular in the public service, colleagues, you are very well organized in the public service. I feel sorry for colleagues who are in the NPO set. But in the public service, they are bargaining counsel to raise these issues of malpractices and misalignment. Please use the bargaining council or your provincial structures to engage with the employers to do the alignment and refrain from malpractices. But for colleagues who are in the NPO sector, where sometimes the work relationship is not balanced, please engage your employers. But where you are struggling, please engage counsel so that we can see how we can assist. Because ours is to ensure that social child and youth care workers are respected and they are accorded the necessary respect as professionals. So we can try to assist, but colleagues, we always try to caution ourselves in terms of interfering into employer-employee relationships. But where you are struggling, colleagues, engage us. We will see how far we can go in terms of trying to intervene. But as long as your employer practices are encroaching on the scope of practice, on the code of ethics, there we can intervene, colleagues. But in terms of other employee-employer relationship, colleagues, please try to deal with those issues and fight the battles on the ground. There are colleagues who are based at a rehab center within a center. Are they expected to get a qualification and register while they are not directly dealing with the youth? Again, Memadima on this one, the question is, what is the job requirements for that particular post? Is this person required to be registered as a child and youth care worker? Is this person performing the duties as a child and youth care worker? If yes, they must be registered. So I want to appeal with colleagues to access the regulations relating to the registration of child and youth care workers, because the part of those regulations, the 2014 regulations, they provide the scope of practice for child and youth care workers. So access that particular document, you will see as to what we expect a person who is regarded as a professional child and youth care worker or a child and youth care worker at auxiliary level. What is it that we expect them to do as far as their duties are concerned? So please access the regulations. They will clarify the question as far as the scope of practice is concerned. But if your job indeed requires registration with council, please encourage those colleagues to come forward and register. The colleagues from Abraham Green who are experiencing challenges with the online system, they've made payment, the system is rejecting them and it does not update and show the true status that they are registered or they paid the annual fees, colleagues. Again, from Abraham Grill, please send that list because our online system is still work in progress. We are still experiencing challenges. Some of them they do get through. Some of them sometimes it rejects. So your story is not foreign, but the best way is to forward the list so that we can see how we can assist those colleagues to be registered on the new online system. Now, I have applied in 2016 and haven't received the registration certificate. Again, this is a cause for concern, colleague. I will advise you that you send an email with if the system as I'm born gave you a registration number, please include it on the email. But if you are not in possession of a registration number, please include your ID number on that particular email so that we can attend to your pending issue of 2016. Now, Mempu Militulu confirms that at a particular point in time, there were consultation information was shared with the sector as far as the professionalization of child and youth care work is concerned. That is true, but let's acknowledge the fact that there is a gap in terms of colleagues that still needs to be captured and be updated in terms of the information. Invite us, we will come to your respective workplaces and engage with you. The issue of the alignment of the jobs with the qualifications, again, it goes back to the scope of practice. What is it that you are doing and what is it that you are expected to do? But I'm still saying, colleagues, certain battles, let's engage and fight them in the bargaining councils. And the colleagues who are in the NPO sector, if you are struggling, engage council so that we can see how we can support you. Mr. Spielman, the issue of 18 child and youth care workers, we really appreciate you really mobilized for this particular webinar. We really appreciate that. Now, there are colleagues who've received deregistration letters. Can they be provided with proof that indeed they were deregistered? I'm not sure if I captured this question correctly, Chairperson. Maybe we can go back to it. But the one that I've captured, I think correctly, is those who are in a NQF level 5 learnership, what will happen upon completion. So the advice is that those colleagues, as soon as they complete, they must send their qualifications, the copies of their qualifications to council so that we can update their registration status. Because this information also assists when you are looking for a what you call a status report. So your status report will also indicate your qualifications on the loaner so that you can use your registration certificate or status report to market yourself. So the advice is that come forward as soon as you complete, submit it so that we can update your qualification on our register. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I jumped any question, but the one that I did not capture properly, it's in relation to colleagues who received deregistration letters. I couldn't capture the follow-up question there from Mr. Spielman. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Acting Registrar, for the detailed responses. I want to believe that we have managed to clarify, to assist, to provide guidance to the sector. And before perhaps we move on, Mr. Mkolisi from Free State, Mkolisi Spielman, your question on the 18 child youth care workers, was it saying they have never received notices? If we've captured you correct, you can confirm by presenting it now so that the acting registrar can also provide some guidance to that. Mr. Spielman?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you. The 18 child and youth care workers, it was just a comment of the people who are attending the webinar.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the issue of deregistration, I was saying 10 of them received notification. They were appearing on the list from the council that says they've been deregistered, right? For different years, 16, 17, before 2019. So what I wanted to check with the council was that, do we have any notification whereby these officials were informed that they will be deregistered? Because as far as they are concerned, they've never been notified about the intention to deregister them. Is that clear, Chair?
That is clear, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Police. Now the question is clear now. The chances are the deregistration letters were issued. And like I've indicated earlier on, the colleagues who at the time of registering, they might have changed their email addresses and other particulars. And the unfortunate part is that when we deregister a person, we use the details or the particulars which appear on our database. So my appeal or my advice is to still go to the same one, the principle that I've raised. Can you forward that particular list to the registrations manager so that she will forward it to the relevant officials who's responsible for deregistration so that they can verify as to whether the deregistration letters were issued, and if not, attend to that particular matter immediately during the course of next week. So that is the advice that we can give so that we verify as to whether indeed the deregistration letters were issued. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, with all the clarification, with all the comments, we are now moving to an item on the program that says presentations of resolutions and way forward. Colleagues, it's a summary that has been made from the presentation by the acting registrar and comments. Oh my God. All right, colleagues, I'm being told to check this question at the chat box that needs our attention and us to clarify. Is the question that says from Ndumi Ngonyana. If I hear you correct, when you say the council cannot be involved in the discussion of cents and rents, there is nothing you can do, even in making national development of social development, see the importance of this profession. In other words, does not even matter if we have degrees, we will still not get the required figures. What about your influence as a body or structure? What is your role as in motivating? Who must advocate for this profession for people to understand and recognize it? The way you put it, it's like you saying we are doomed and there will never be growth and development, giving more ammunition for us to be respected and recognized. Who must advocate for us? Where can we get such body and structure that would influence the minds who don't recognize the care about child and youth care workers? In other words, at other places of work, even if someone practices illegally, life will still be the same because the profession has no weight and is not recognized. Oh, being disrespected. I think he corrected some grammaticals and then he said being disrespected and not being recognized. So we will allow the acting registrar to respond to this, and after that, we head into the session of presenting a way forward, colleagues.
Yeah, no, sure, thanks, and thanks for the clarity-seeking questions. Yeah, I think, colleagues, maybe you might have misinterpreted what I was trying to say. The message that I was trying to put across is that as council, we do not have a direct mandate to engage with employers to say pay child and youth care workers R1. We don't have the mandate to make demands to employers. That we don't have that. That mandate lies with the trade unions who are organizing child and youth care workers in terms of the Labor Relations Act. So, and my appeal to colleagues at all material times, colleagues, is that organize yourselves on the ground. Join trade unions, because you are allowed to join trade unions as professionals. Organize yourself, form associations so that you can engage on these issues within the context of the Labor Relations Act. Now, the role of council, which we do on a regular basis, is to play the advocacy role, which you just captured it correctly so. But playing an advocacy role is that you can raise issues, you can highlight issues, but we don't have the authority to can take the Department of Social Development, for example, to court, because we are not a party to the proceedings as far as the employer-employee relationship is concerned. But at any platform that we get with the Minister of Social Development, HODs, the Director General and so forth, we raise the issues as far as the plight of child and youth care workers and other professionals. We do raise your plight, colleagues. There's no any platform that when we get, we miss it. We do raise them. But the advocacy role that you can play, colleagues, is limited to such an extent that we don't have the power as council to take the department to court. I'm just making an example. Don't quote me to say I'm intending to take the department to court. We don't have the authority to go beyond the line of advocacy, colleagues. That responsibility lies with the trade unions and associations within the social service sector. So it's not like we are doomed, colleagues. We do raise these particular issues. We do request the meeting with the Minister of Social Development and other relevant stakeholders. We raise them, we negotiate within the context of highlighting your plight. But we can only raise the plight or flag your plight. But as to whether the minister will take serious the issues that we are raising, it's just for us to put them under pressure within the context of our means. But we can't go beyond what the law provides for us, because now we will be encroaching in another scope. I hope I clarified that this particular issue, colleagues. Let's not live here and say council says they won't do anything as far as our conditions of service are concerned. We can only act within the confines of the law, and the law makes us to advocate for your issues, and that's how far we can go. Chairperson, I hope I clarified this particular matter.
Thank you. I hope, colleague Ndumiso, you are clarified with the responses. With that said, colleagues, it now brings us to the aspect where we need to present resolutions and way forward. From the engagements, and firstly, let us thank the participants for a robust platform where questions came to the fore. And it has made us to realize that there was a need indeed for this webinar to be planned, because it has indicated to us that there is a need for further engagement by council and also to promote council's visibility. This webinar has shown us that. With that said, the following were drawn as way forwards. We all agree that we are on the process of professionalizing the sector, in particular, the child youth care work category. We are also in agreement that communication is key from both the parties, from council and from the registrants. In this webinar, we have resolved and we have agreed that there is a need for further engagements with affected organizations, and the chairperson of the professional board has even openly so indicated his availability to assist other groups that might be affected in reaching council to get their matters resolved at a timeously period. We also resolved that the same groups that are affected can organize themselves, and after they've organized themselves, invite council so that clarity can be given on the processes, on the requirements, and this will also afford the registrants the opportunity to know more about their statutory body. This webinar has also resolved that all the affected needs to populate an individualized list and send it to council so that their matters can be attended to. They should not wait for platforms such as this webinars, but they should make sure that they have access. And how are they going to make sure? We promise them as council to provide our details openly so, and we are saying to that, we also believe that our details are already out for communication purposes. So as and when they have a serious problem, then they have to engage so that we can be a working council to them. We also saying in terms of the advertisements, this webinar has resolved that we believe that we are in the era where employers have moved in terms of them advertising posts. We are expecting that employers are advertising posts that are inclusive of all the categories of SSPs. In our case, we're talking to social work category and the child and youth care work category. And the webinar has also emphasized that should colleagues or should registrants or practitioners come across such irregularities, they need to report to either the chairperson of the board or to council itself so that engagement with respective employers can commence. Another one which is an emphasize, which was emphasized, was a workshop on rules and regulations for the category child youth care workers. And it was also emphasized that anyone who notice or anyone who comes across any unprofessional conduct must report to our division of professional conduct. And we also saying we are hopeful that with the stance that we have taken as council, communication will be strengthened in all the provinces to reach all our registrants. We have also resolved in this webinar that we will provide the recording, the presentation, and even a document where we have populated questions and responses in an attempt to educate the sector further. We have pleaded in this webinar as a way of awareness to them to say, as and when they pay council the monies that are due, they need to be very cautious as to what are they paying for and how are they paying it, so that then their monies can be redirected to the intended cause from the registrants. And we also resolved as a last resolution that where sunset clause is concerned, as council and as practitioners, we are going to play our part from registrants We are expecting communique back. We are expecting responses. We are expecting submission. So, and we also resolve that each and every case will be treated on its own merits. And we also resolved under the same issue of sunset clause that as council, we will strive to be accessible to our registrants so that then we can issue we can issue proper communication notices, and we can also strengthen our communication to them. We have also agreed that we need as council, we need a meeting with service providers so that then we can address issues of employment and recognition of the category. Oh, okay. This was also talking to meetings. So as and when colleagues are noting this way forward that we've come from, I need to admit that indeed this was a fruitful platform. You know, it has assisted council, and I want to believe that it has also assisted the registrants. It has cleared some of the misconceptions. It has also provided assurity that council is for them, not against them. With those words said, I will then give it to our Deputy Chairperson to do the last aspect of the program. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Baron. Ms. Baron. Mr. Ngonyama?
Yes, maybe Ms. Baron, that's fine. I will step in on her behalf if she's not in.
Yes, I think you can step in, and before perhaps just to give assurity to the category that we will provide the way forward as well as part of the package that they will be receiving from us as council. All the issues, all these bullets that we've summarized to say we have resolved on them and we've agreed on them, we will forward them as well. They will be populated in the document of questions and answers so that then they can be assured that we can all be assured that we are moving in one direction with our registrants. Over to you then, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And I would also like to thank the Acting Registrar for your leadership in ensuring that we have this webinar. It is indeed has been a very important webinar. We have had an opportunity to interact with the sector. I think it is the first time that we are meeting with the sector to discuss this particular issue of registration. And you can be assured that this is the beginning. The commitment came from the acting registrar himself. We hope that we are going to be having regular interactions with you. And we do understand that you would love very much that we come down and visit the different provinces. But let's be realistic that, we've got child and youth care workers whom many of them have been struggling to make payment towards their annual fees in council. And that is the money that would enable the members of the professional board and the staff of council to travel to the different provinces. Now that we have found a better way of connecting, a virtual way of connecting, let's use this to our advantage as much as we can. Let's communicate as much as we can. Please feel free to communicate with us using emails. I have also provided my WhatsApp number. So if you have any issues that you want to check with council or myself or the professional board itself, feel free to use it. And I also want to thank this for your hard work and support for this process. And the commitment that we have made and the resolutions that were read by Ms. Malombo, I believe that we will all stick to that. We'll make sure that we are accessible, we are reachable, and we respond to the sector within a reasonable amount of time. And with all of that, I want to thank the employers who spend this almost 3/4 of the day with us. And we know that you are very busy people. And I also want to thank all the child and youth care workers and social workers who made the time to join us. I also want to thank the Department of Social Development, national and provinces, who made the time to join us, as well as the other professions that are taking interest in the development of the child and youth care sector and always make time to join us when we have this kind of interactions with the sector. Thank you very much. We wish everybody well. We will try to be as much as reasonable in this process of the sunset clause. And please do respond. If you are affected, don't keep quiet. Communicate. We know that sometimes it's difficult to write convincing information to council. Find someone in the organization where you are working to help you, and provide all the documents that are required in time so that we make sure that we move together. We are as just as we can in addressing this process. Thank you very much, Program Director, to you as well for holding this session in a way that you have done, very respectful and very accommodating, and you were very patient. Thank you very much. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you, Chair, by those supportive and encouraging words. We only have one request to our participants. Can all our participants from the centers please email us their list of attendance with their names so that then we can be able to dispatch the information as we've resolved. Thank you. Thank you. The webinar has come to an end.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Danky.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. You meaning that you have to email the list of attendance?
Thank you. Bye-bye.